This week on the Vergecast, we talk about that Google website that Trump was talking about. We go into Apple's new iPad Pro and MacBook Air, and we get deep into the weeds of the PS5 and Xbox Series X. That's coming up on the Vergecast now. This episode of the Vergecast is brought to you by Name.com. Are you building a new website from the ground up? And I mean really getting hands-on with coding and hosting and all the rest of it? Check out Name.com. They offer .com domains for just $8.99, and that includes free management features like DNS templates, bulk actions, and everything else you need to manage your website. Plus, new users get free privacy protection and security features. Right now, Vergecast listeners can use the promo code VERG at checkout to get 50% off G Suite accounts for a full year. And there's no limit to the number of accounts you can sign up for. That's Name.com and use code VERGE, V-E-R-G-E, at checkout. This episode of Vergecast is brought to you by NerdWallet. If you're like most people out there, you have a ton of financial questions that might be keeping you up at night. You're wondering how to start investing, thinking about opening a rewards credit card, whatever your money questions might be, the experts at NerdWallet have you covered. They're legitimate money nerds who are obsessed with this stuff. They make it easy to understand any complex financial question. Check out their calculators and simple side-by-side comparison tools and start making sense of your options. For all your money questions, turn to the nerds at NerdWallet.com. Hello, and welcome to Vergecast, the flagship podcast. Staying inside, just staying inside. I'm Nilay, I'm a friend. Dieter is here.
I'm your friend too. We should all be friends.
Time for the real
just
thing.
Distant friends.
Distant
Enemy
friends. Paul
soldier
Miller's.
incoming.
Dieter's you're in your closet.
I am.
Paul, are you also in a closet?
I'm in the living room of my sister's apartment.
That's nice. I'm in a bedroom that I have somehow arranged, which is better than my toddler's bedroom, because she often likes to be in and I don't think we're quite at the
cash
point
by
where mass
completing
should
contracts, looting or eliminating
we're
targets.
getting ever closer.
Set a drop point for your team, soldier.
There's actually a lot going on. We have to talk about some coronavirus stuff this week. It's going to be inescapable. The Verge is a site about technology and culture, and those things are colliding now because so many people are at home working on broadband. We obviously, McKenna Kelly and I talked to FCC Commissioner Jessica Rosenworcell on Tuesday in the interview episode. There's a lot to talk about with broadband. There's a lot to talk about with services like Zoom. We're going to talk about some of that later. But then there's also just a lot of news this week. Apple put out some new products. Microsoft and Sony are announcing the details of next generation consoles. There's still stuff going on. So we're going to try to balance it out. Let us know if we're getting that balance wrong over time. It's new for everybody. We want your feedback. We want to be here for you. We want to make sure we cover the important news of the virus. We want to make sure we cover the important news that's happening elsewhere. We just need to hear feedback on how do we get that balance right.
Move to the next area and secure the perimeter.
I do want to start by doing something I never do.
Okay.
I want to offer a compliment to our nation's ISPs.
Ooh, wow.
I never do it. Everyone knows we're very critical of ISPs. We're very critical of Ajit Pai, the chairman of the FCC. But because of the virus, the FCC has put out a pledge for ISPs around the country. Every day they announce that hundreds of more ISPs of every size are taking this pledge. They are waiving payments. They're waiving late fees. They're lowering some prices for lower income folks. They're raising the speeds on some of their base packages. This is all good stuff. So I know it's a hard time. It's good the FCC pushed ahead on that. And then other bigger ISPs are getting rid of their data caps. So Comcast is not doing data caps. AT&T is not doing data caps. They're also adjusting their prices in certain ways for lower income folks. That stuff is really good. And I know that we are often very, very critical of these companies. And there's ways to be critical of the fact we're making these moves inside of a crisis. I assure you, it was my first thought too. But they are making these moves. I think they're very positive. So I just wanted to give that compliment in a time where there's a little bit of chaos in the world. I think these are some good moves. Dieter, you laughed because the criticism embedded in this is very obvious.
Sure. Well, so I will say that the lowering prices for low-income people, waiving late fees, it's super important. I completely agree. That's great. I think that the data cap thing is especially important because so many people are on these big ISPs, but embedded in the data cap is the possibility that maybe those data caps were just kind of bullshit in the first place. If you could just get rid of them when things are serious, maybe they were arbitrary, to begin with. Maybe. It could be that in addition to getting rid of the data caps, they've had to massively beef up their infrastructure to handle the effects on their network because there's no more data caps on people. But I don't know. I've never been a fan of data caps. So
I'm trying to do a compliment. It's right there for the taking if you want it.
I've never experienced the heavy hand of data caps in the US. Who does feel that?
So I hear about it all the time. If you are an entirely streaming house, you've got a couple of kids who are playing video games, and you're streaming a couple of 4K movies, you're gonna blast through a 1 terabyte Comcast data cap every month. You're just gonna you're gonna get right up to it. When we were talking, I streamed the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl was like 30 gigs of data for 3 hours, right? It was like just some huge number. Once you start to do things like that, and everyone's at home, the entire family's at home, and you're streaming all of your entertainment, and you're playing video games, and you're downloading video games, you're just going to hit those numbers.
You can't have otters playing on your TV in the background from a live stream. Like, you just can't do that. And that
Right, or
sucks.
if like us, we're producing this entire podcast now using video conferencing. Everyone's video conferencing on Zoom all day long for work. The people who are able to work from home, I should say. That's just going to burn through a lot of data. So I don't think that Comcast, like, maybe they made some huge investment, like maybe they were waiting to buy the most powerful router ever made and put it in the network. I just don't think I think they just turned it off. I should say Comcast Investment Box Media parent company. Now you know that information. There is a lot of that criticism. Do we ever need data caps? In this time of the most increased usage, did this tool that the networks always said they needed to manage overuse, they just took it away, and it seems like it's going to be fine. We're going to keep tracking on it. I don't want to overdo it. I am trying to offer this as a compliment. They are taking the moves, they're taking the steps. We're usually very critical of these companies. I would like to support their positive moves for consumers. By the way, the pledge specifically is for the next 60 days, companies cannot terminate services for residential or small business customers, which is huge. You can't get knocked offline if you miss a payment. You waive any late fees incurred, and all their public Wi-Fi hotspots will be made open access.
In some cases, those public Wi-Fi hotspots are a big deal. Like, Comcast actually has a lot more of those than you think about because you never log on to them, but like they are actually kind of everywhere.
Yeah, and then another thing that's happening is Dish Network. Dish Network has a bunch of new spectrum, which we've talked about a lot. And that spectrum, where it's useful for public carriers, where the phone supported, or they're network supported, they're actually turning over chunks of that spectrum in certain cities to beef up AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile's networks. So
that's huge.
It's
wow.
Huge. And it's all just sort of happening. These aren't like deals. These are just like, the FCC didn't pass a law, didn't regulate it. It said, here's a pledge. Do you want to take it? And everyone took it. Comcast didn't get regulated into doing data caps. They just did it.
Cash secure.
I
Hilo
think
is RTB.
there's just an element here where
Cargo
a lot
is
of
safe.
assumptions are getting
Exfil is
reset.
returning to base.
I think it's useful, and I certainly hope it is helpful to the people who are being most impacted by what's going on in the country.
It's almost like a bunch of people suddenly decided that internet access was a public good and should be treated like a communal utility.
And if you are interested in that conversation, we did it for 1 hour with FCC Commissioner Jessica Rosenworcel, who is also, we really did it for an hour. She's also very focused on the homework gap. That's like the key piece of this puzzle. All the kids are staying home from school, they're doing distance learning. The FCC can now, they passed a ruling, schools can get direct connectivity help from carriers. Commissioner Rosenworcel herself has a big push to send Wi-Fi hotspots to schools directly using the smart. So listen to that conversation. We went in the weeds on it. We are usually so critical of carriers. I am personally so critical of GP. And I wanted to focus on that's some good stuff to talk.
Hear me out. What if Fortnite was school? So you join a match. Five minutes into the match, a bell rings, and then you have to go to a specific zone and sit down and listen to somebody talk for an hour, and then you get 5 minutes of fragging, and then bell rings, repeat.
Yeah, no child will ever find a way to game that system. I like it. It's an A+ in the category of emerging things I would like to call pandemic pitches. But speaking of the pandemic, we should talk about this thing. Peter, I'm going to make you do it.
Soldier incoming.
For better or worse, this became your story. I just have been calling it the website.
Capital T, capital W.
I will let Dieter tell the whole story, but I will say by the time this podcast goes out, it will have been 1 week Since the president held a press conference and a flow chart was held up describing a website that you would go onto, you would check your symptoms. It would say either you don't need a test or it would say you do need a test. It would direct you to a drive-through testing center in the parking lot of a major retailer like Target, CVS, and Walgreens, and everybody on safe plan. You would get tested in a drive-through testing center, and then some time would pass, and then you would get results on that website. They literally held up a flowchart saying this was going to be happening.
Yep.
And for who knows, I'll let Dieter unpack all the details, but the president said Google was going to do it.
Yeah, so there's two ways to tell the story. The first way is to tell the story as I experienced it as a journalist, and how as all of us experienced it as a bunch of journalists tried to chase down the story. That's too painful for me to go through again. So I'm going to tell the story chronologically based on all of the reporting that has come out, a little bit of mine, some great reporting from the New York Times, from the Washington Post, and from Wired. And I might be forgetting one other person, but really good reporting. So here's what happened. A bunch of tech companies are talking to administrative officials in the White House saying, all right, here's what we're doing. What do you want us to do? Let's all work together. And Google mentioned to reportedly Jared Kushner, hey, we're making this website. Verily's going to do it. We think it's going to be able to, direct people to get some testing. It's a test thing in the Bay Area. Verily's this weird little startup part of Alphabet, which is a sister company, or it's just the parent company of Google, blah, blah, blah. All this gets explained. So he wanted to tell Donald Trump some of this. So it has been reported that he overpromised what he was told by Google to Donald Trump. And so Donald Trump had been told or believed that Google was going to make a website that would solve this nationwide. Just find out if your symptoms made you qualify for testing.
Can we just stop there for 1 second and say that the funniest part of this, absolutely the funniest part of this, is that Alphabet's stupid corporate structure caused like a nationwide testing panic.
Yep.
Because no one knows how that works.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, so you have to like start parsing out. Does he not know what the real answer is? Is he lying, or is he just confused by Alphabet's corporate structure because all of us are? It may have been a combination of all three of those things. So the next thing that happens chronologically is Google goes, why is he saying our name? What's happening? Are we making a website? Where did the 1,700 people number come from? Oh, it came from the fact that 1,700 people inside Google raised their hand and said they'd be willing to help. What do we do? So they scramble. Verily, says we're launching a site. It's only going to be for the Bay Area. Maybe we'll expand it if things go well. Google says, yeah, we're making a website, but it's going to be mostly informational.
Wait, no, I want to defend ourselves a little bit in the middle of this.
Yeah.
Trump says Google's making a website.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone prints Google's making a website. The American media is hard-coded to just put the words any president says in a headline. President says X is Y. Everyone is like, well, that's the headline. Mm-hmm. He's making an announcement. Then we go and ask Google, hey, what's up with your website? Hours pass. Like a long time passes. I would say that, Dieter, you are among the world's best reporters of Google does a thing.
I do it a lot.
You're very, very good at it. We're like, this is weird. Google tweets a statement that says from Verily.
Yeah.
Everyone literally emails. I mean, we know Google's trust people. Everyone, like me, Dieter, other reporters. Hey, this is a statement from Verily. What's up with Google's website? And they say this is the work that's being done. Because they cannot say there's no Google website. Right? Google's in this very difficult position. I have a lot of sympathy. They cannot say we're not helping. Yep. It's not great for them to contradict this president in particular, or any president, but this president in particular. And a lot of people at Google want to help. So they cannot say we don't know what we're talking about, want to help. They just say here's what we're doing, and very conspicuously limit it to what Verily is doing.
Right.
So you're right. Okay, Google's not making a website. Like we have it.
Yeah.
Because they weren't.
Correct.
It wasn't happening at that time.
Yep.
Then there's this scramble where they decide they're going to do it, which is the right choice.
But Google decides they're going to do it, but it's unclear. Like Google also knows, like straight up, you can't actually just go make a website that collects a bunch of people's health information nationwide just for the hell of it. People rag on Google all the time for collecting too much data, justifiably so.
Recon
But
intel
like
secured.
HIPAA still
Solid
exists. It
work.
hasn't been completely waived yet in this moment.
drive.
And so Google doesn't
I'll
know
run
if it
back
can
you.
do it, if it's possible to make this website. It seems silly. Of course, can you
Get
make a
back
website
in.
with some quiz on it? Yes, that seems doable. But like, there's rules.
Maybe they should ask BuzzFeed.
Yeah, it's like, do you have a fever and are you coughing? You should get tested.
Which coronavirus symptom are you?
Well, the other X factor here is like, in order to direct people to drive-through testing facilities, they need to exist.
Yeah, that's the other part.
Right. So Google makes the call. What we're going to do is we're going to make like an informational website. We're going to do as much as we can as Google. We're going to pull information from WHO, from CDC, all the local state authorities. We're going to be an official canonical source of information that you can trust. Meanwhile, on the side, every big tech company is signing a pledge that they're going to help tamp down misinformation. Which is, put a pin in that. We should come back to that. And then they put out like a series of like 6 tweets from Google Comms saying, we are aligned with the administration. We are making this website. Verily is making this other website. This website that Google is making is going to like have information on it. Verily's website is going to live in the Bay Area. This is what's happening. And then the president gets up and says, see everybody? He holds a printout of the tweets out and says, see, I was right.
Can I just, again, pull this out? There's nothing funnier than holding up a printout of tweets and claiming you're right in any circumstance. If you find yourself being like, what I should do is print out a series of tweets and then brandish them at someone saying I was right, it doesn't matter who you are. Just
You
reconsider that choice. Okay.
And Google still is not making the website that the White House, with its flowchart and its tweets, claimed that Google itself was making. But at this point, we're now in the world of like nitpicking of, is Google making it, or is Google's sister company Verily, which is another division of Alphabet? They both happen to share the same damn CEO in the first place. Who knows making it? What? Verily's website launches. It lasts for about 12 hours before it shuts down and is full. No one else can subscribe, to go see if they can get a test. It's Bay Area only. It's very, very limited.
It is reported that they have only conducted 20 tests.
Yeah.
For Verily. 20.
Somewhere in this process, it had been promised that this website that Google was making was going to be launched on the evening of Monday the 16th. Google let us know that afternoon or that morning that actually we're going to take a little bit more time to get this right. I personally think one of the things that they were taking more time for is they actually do want to make a more ambitious, more helpful website instead of just like a Wikipedia page of links to information from the WHO and the CDC. So we'll see. We'll see what they can launch the first time around. We'll see, what happens. But to me, the moral of this whole story is the most important thing in terms of like understanding what's going on is to get accurate information from institutions that you trust. And for all of the shit that Google has taken over the years for data privacy that again has been justified, you look at our tech survey that we did not too long ago, and people overwhelmingly like and trust Google. And so if the administration is trying to like chill people out, it makes sense for them to say Google's doing it because people might go, oh, well, I trust Google to make a website. And the thing of all of this is, if you ask me, like, who should make the website, the national website that has to collect a little bit of data, but they keep it safe and they trust them to like get rid of it if they say they're going to get rid of it, but also has the technical chops to actually pull in a ton of information from a ton of places. On the privacy question, I go, I don't know who. On the like actually make the website question, there's nobody better than Google making this website. It's like, they're the best ones to do it, but nobody knows if it's being done.
What are the pieces of the puzzle, right? They need a bunch of people to show up, identify themselves and their location, tell them some health information and maintain it in a private way, direct them, aggregate that newly created database of users with another database of testing locations, scheduling, capacity, direct people there in a way that doesn't overload all those facilities, return results into another database, and then match those results with people. And then, hopefully do some second order analysis of that data to figure out what, right? It's Google.
Yep.
I just described ways for a virus, right? Like that's all I described. They could absolutely build it. They just didn't get asked before this thing got announced. And Dieter, I think this is your misinformation point. They made a lie true. which is a very difficult position for literally everyone to be, right? The thing was not true when he said it. And Google, again, for very understandable reasons, and I think from a genuine sense of duty to do the right thing, made the lie true.
Well, at least half true. We still don't know what the website is going to do. They made it half true.
Once you're brandishing the tweets, you're claiming it's true, right? Like when you've arrived at that point. The other thing that I think is the most important here is many people ask us, why do you care about this website so much? We've now talked about the website for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
The website, it doesn't matter. I don't care if Google builds it or Apple builds it or Amazon builds it or, I don't know, like a bunch of kids get together and do it on Squarespace, right? Like it doesn't matter.
The number of pitches in my inbox from people claiming that they have already done it is out of control. And I'm not posting a single one of them or tweeting a single one of them because you know what? I don't know who you are, friend. So I'm glad you made a website, but I don't
target practice
who
while
are
you
you?
can. We're
Yeah,
deploying
and there's
soon.
one in Canada. A bunch of insurance companies have built something similar. Oscar Health, which is Joshua Kushner's company, Jared Kushner's brother, has made one. Like, yes, this idea exists. People can build it. What doesn't exist is actual testing.
Heading in.
And so we're focused on the website because it is step one in the announced plan to roll out massive testing plans. And so if you can't even get to step one, this is the interface for finding a test, then it kind of seems like maybe that testing capacity is there. And that to me is like there's not the right data to manage the crisis. And honestly, we're a tech website. Of course, we're very interested in Google's website. Like, no one has ever you overcover Google's messaging strategy.
Done warming up. Stand by for deployment to the war
Honestly,
zone.
we probably overcover Google's messaging strategy. But this is of far more critical importance. Of course, we're going to cover the testing strategy. The last thing I'll say, and I think this is the other side of the coin. The ability to manufacture these tests, the ability to get these tests done, is the important thing. It is the thing that we're not doing well. I want to call out Nicole Wetzel, this week, about how the testing works.
Yeah.
PCR testing, which is the kind of testing we're doing right now.
Pure cash by
I didn't know
completing
this.
contracts,
There's a question
looting,
called
or eliminating
thermocycling, which is
targets.
incredibly energy inefficient. So to see the thing
Right, anyone need this?
there's another way of testing. It's an isothermal method. Anyway, she wrote about this. It's a super interesting piece. It is the other side of the coin. I just want to call out, we're covering the testing side of it as well as the user interface for testing. I think the sort of Google calamity got all the attention, but the real story, and we have been saying this to us, to ourselves, to our staff, Twitter,
Enemy
wherever
dropping
we're
into
listening.
the AO.
The real story is testing.
Right.
Whether or not there's a Google website, I honestly and sincerely do. It will be good. But the real, most important thing is
Enemy
if you feel
soldier
safe,
incoming.
test. By the way, it will have been a week, right? It will have been a week since that happened by the time this podcast goes out.
Yep. Hopefully it'll be posted by then. And again, like if the CDC makes the website, I don't care. As long as people know when they can get a test or how to get a test, that's it. I mean, the tests have to exist and then know how to get one. It seems really obvious, but it turns out it's very, very complicated right now.
Indeed it is.
And there's even further things to talk about beyond the testing because you could over-test, it turns out. But we're just gonna let that go for another time.
I feel like we can worry about having noise in the data once there's a sufficient amount of data.
Yeah.
Does anyone need
That
this?
seems right.
All right, we're gonna take a break. We're not gonna talk about the virus in the next segment. Well, a little bit, but
Need a
not in the
driver.
way that you think, because we're gonna talk about the iPad and the MacBook. We'll be right back. This episode of Vergecast is brought to you by NetSuite. What do companies like Ring, Hint, and Tecovas all have in common? They're all using NetSuite to accelerate their growth. And you can too, because whether you want to take your company from 2 million to 10 million or 10 million to hundreds of millions in revenue, NetSuite by Oracle gives you the tool to turbocharge your growth. With NetSuite, you get a full picture of your business. We're talking finance, inventory, HR, customers, and more, and you can see it all in one place, right on your phone or computer. That visibility and control helps you make decisions and help your company succeed, which is why NetSuite customers grow faster than the S&P 500. Right now, NetSuite is the world's #1 cloud business system, trusted by more than 19,000 companies. It really is the last growth system you'll need. Schedule your free product tour right now and receive your free guide, 6 ways to run a more profitable business at netsuite.com/verge. That's netsuite.com/verge. One more time, that's netsuite.com/verge.
Listen, you're about to hear a ton about 5G, or you probably already have. You'll hear about how fast it is and how it's poised to revolutionize the way we communicate. But the thing you really need to know, T-Mobile's 5G network covers more Americans in more cities than anyone else. T-Mobile's invested billions of dollars in new towers and cell sites with range that can't be beat. Because T-Mobile understands that owning the latest tech means nothing if your network doesn't have you covered. So while other signals are getting blocked by windows and walls, T-Mobile's nationwide 5G network is reaching more Americans wherever they are. Because they want people to experience it. T-Mobile is a 5G trailblazer. You can be too. Find out more about T-Mobile's first, best nationwide 5G network at t-mobile.com. That's t-mobile.com. Capable device required. Coverage not available in some areas. Downlink only. Some uses may require a certain plan or feature. See t-mobile.com.
Okay, I said we were going to talk about it a little bit. So here's just like a tiny little bit. Apple canceled WWDC. It's online only. Great. We were long expecting some new products in this time frame. This is a time frame where Apple put out new things. And they put them out.
Can I just list the number of products that we're sort of like vaguely expecting from Apple right now?
Yeah.
So if you're listening to this, you already know we were expecting the iPad Pro and the new MacBook Air. Those came. We're also expecting new MacBooks that have like 14-inch screens and also getting the new Citrus keyboards across the entire MacBook line. We are expecting AirTags, so you can locate stuff. We're expecting the iPhone SE2/iPhone 9/whatever the heck you want to call it.
We cannot call it the iPhone.
We can have that argument when it happens, man. There's a hardware refresh of the Apple TV also rumored out in the world. And I'm probably forgetting something. So, like, there's a lot of just Apple hardware stuff just kind of floating around. And it seems like it's enough to hold like a full-on Apple keynote. They don't always do Apple keynotes in the spring, but they often do. But instead, they just, they couldn't because you can't have big groups of people in the same space. So they did something in between. It was in between just a press release, go get it, and a full-on keynote. They had journalists, get on conference calls. We watched a video that sort of like described what the new products were, and they're announced. The iPad Pro and the MacBook Air.
So in our little rundown here, I put the iPad Pro first.
Okay.
Because I think it's the most interesting thing. It's because it has a keyboard cover with a trackpad, and there's trackpad and mouse in iOS 13.4. And then yesterday, you very confidently told me the MacBook Air was more interesting. And I do not understand that, so I'm just going to ask you that from the jump.
So, the most interesting thing they announced was not the iPad Pro, it was not the MacBook Air, it was the new Magic Keyboard, which is different because it's also compatible with last year's iPad Pros, and in general, trackpad support is coming to basically every iPad, so any Bluetooth mouse or trackpad should work with it. So that's the most interesting thing by far, but that Magic Keyboard, which we should talk about, isn't coming out till May. But right now, just looking at the computers that you can go buy, the iPad Pro has a faster processor and a LiDAR camera. And sure, I don't know how I feel about an AR right now. Disclosure, my wife works for Oculus, which makes VR, which is sort of like AR, but it's just a different letter in front of the R. Just saying, man. But the MacBook Air, I think that it has A, the keyboard we've all been waiting for. B, they doubled the storage and brought the price under the magical $1,000 point that the MacBook Air should be at. And C, the new processor in it, granted it's still a Y series, but it seems like it has crossed sort of a invisible threshold where you can say to most people, you will be fine with this. When I reviewed the last MacBook Air, I was like, it's got this processor, you'll probably be fine with it. It'll slow you a little bit, but it's probably not going to bug you as long as you do kind of standard stuff. So it's like fine. I'm very curious to see when we review this new MacBook Air, if instead of saying it's like fine, we'll be able to say, yeah, it's fine. Like the difference in tone on those fines, those three things together means that this MacBook Air is like Apple finally, after 5 years, has gotten back to having a good default laptop for everybody. Like, think how long we have been wandering in the frickin' keycap desert, in the touch bar desert, in the USB-C dongle life desert. It's been 5 years of kind of crappy MacBooks.
Do you know how I know it's been 5 years? Because I still have a 2015 MacBook Pro discrete GPU. Fans turn on a lot.
Just even if you liked everything about the MacBook Air, Apple's like 3 months behind the mainstream PCs getting like these modern processors.
Wait, so let's focus on this processor of the 1000 because it is 1.1 gigahertz dual core Core i3.
Yeah.
Nothing about that says to me this is an adequate processor. What has made you think? I will the $1,200 or the $1,300 one, which is 1.1 gigahertz quad core i5. Okay, I buy it.
Yeah.
That's probably fine for almost the base model. Dual core i3 does not, to me, scream no compromises.
I think that dual core i3 the 10th gen is a significant difference from the last generation. Whatever it was. Again, I don't know. I haven't actually used it in benchmarking, so I could be wrong. But I'm just saying, like, the possibility exists for, I think, the first time in 5 years of a like good default MacBook for everyone. We'll see. It all depends on how fast that default processor is. But I kind of am hopeful. I don't know, Paul. Am I crazy? Is this processor like? Is there any chance that it's good? Am I just like naive?
I mean, the way I've been following PC, well, I haven't played extensively with a 10th gen like mobile, like super mobile processor Windows laptop, but reviews wise, this has been a huge win. Like Intel. This has been a true generational leap. It's been a long time coming to have a generational leap. So yes, the i3 will be relatively slow, but it's going to be way better than a previous low-end MacBook.
Yeah.
Like up to like 50% faster.
Oh wow. Well, so we got to get them. We got to review them. We got to do all that. I would say the other thing to call out is obviously the keyboard with scissor switches, and they changed the key layout. So it's inverted T arrow keys. The amount of walk back that this computer represents, right? They basically put the MacBook Air out to pasture, and then they brought it back because people wouldn't stop buying a non-Retina MacBook Air with ports. And then now they've walked back a bunch of design decisions they made on the Pro computers, butterfly keyboards. They have basically made the MacBook Air that like Joanna Stern was asking for in 2016. Right? Just give me a MacBook Air with a Retina screen. That's what this looks like, save for the lack of an SD card slot and some USB-A ports. If this thing had one USB-A port and an SD card slot, I'd be like, no one should ever buy any other computer. This is the only computer that exists in the world. It's still got to live that down.
Can I just tell you that I went back and reread and rewatched my review of the original MacBook, the 12-inch, which I still completely love. And my whole take there, the ending of that review was the thing that sucks about the future is that it isn't here yet. So hurry the hell up, because holding that thing, I was like, this is what the future of laptops is going to be. All they need to do is like I thought the keyboard was going to be okay. I didn't know it was going to turn into a disaster. I was like, all they need to do is make it a little bit faster, maybe add a port, and like things will be great. 5 years later, I was right. It was the future of laptops. It just turned out that future was kind of
It just went a little sideways.
Okay,
well, so that's the Mac. I mean, we got to get it. We got to test it.
Yeah.
I mean, are we going to run Premiere on it and say Premiere is slow? We're probably not going to do that. We'll find some meaningful way to test this thing. But that leads right into the iPad.
Yeah.
It's hard to talk about this iPad without the keyboard. But
Let's just try real quick. There's two things. It's got a new processor. I believe it's the is it 13 or 12?
A12Z.
A12Z. Nilay, why is it a Z instead of an X?
I will tell you that a senior Apple executive said confidently, because it's better than X. That's the answer that I have. Okay.
So it's presumably faster. Not that last year's iPad Pro was slow in any way, shape, or form. And then there's LiDAR. So there's a wide-angle camera on the back. Good choice. There's a standard on the back. Fine. Standard wide. And then there's a LiDAR camera. Apple wants you to know that it works on the photon level, which That's how lasers work.
Nothing has ever made Dieter this mad. There's some extremely bad marketing copy.
It's like, here it is, the iPad. It is built with atoms. It works on an atomic level.
This laser goes at the speed of light. It's like, yeah,
Recon intel secure.
Got it.
Solid work.
understood.
But it allows you to do AR without having to like wave the iPad around to like get a sense of the room. It can just get a sense of the room almost instantly. It allows you to put augmented reality objects on like arbitrary objects instead of just the floor or a wall or some other flat surface, because it's able to use the processing power of the iPad and the like immediate detection of like depth in a really like granular way. So you can like stick a pillow on a couch or like a weirdly shaped chair instead of just like on the floor.
Can I explain why I'm stoked about LiDAR?
Okay.
Well, first
Move
of
to the
all,
next
this is
area.
just
Secure the
very
perimeter.
exciting that this is becoming a truly
drive.
consumer-level, mass-produced sensor, because that's going to be great for like robotics applications and stuff like that.
Okay.
And that's just been the story of LiDAR over the past 5 years. What I'm really stoked about is for content creation. There's this app called Displayland. I don't know if you've seen it. It's making around. So it's like an iPhone app, and it's for photogrammetry. So you can scan an object. You just walk around an object slowly, or walk around a whole room or apartment or whatever, and it creates a detailed 3D scan and the texture to go onto that scan. And then you can like
3D print it?
no, you could. Well, you could 3D print it, but you could also like put it into a VR, and now
Yep.
you can put it into a game. You know that something that's become so expensive and something that's so difficult in game development is the objects themselves. Like
You know why I'm laughing right now, Paul?
Why are you laughing?
Samsung claims to have already done this. They did this on the Note 10. You can like rotate the Note 10 around with like a little model, and it'll like give you a model of it. It's terrible, but
So that's the thing. It's pretty bad right now. Displayland, it's a lot better. But if you had LiDAR, because right now they're just doing it with like cameras and accelerometer and gyroscope information. If you also have LiDAR, you can do some, I believe, very, very good scans of this kind. And then there's just a few more tools that we need to help simplify them so that they run well in games. But I just think game development has gotten so democratized, and like people are all hanging out in VR right now, and or in like VR type spaces or Fortnite or whatever. You know, like a video game is a really cool social space right now, and it's very easy to do the rudimentary game development of just like a camera that moves around in 3D space. But the assets are very difficult to produce right now. And so if we can democratize the production of game-ready 3D assets,
then gamers will be able to rise up.
yeah, Fortnite School, for instance, could be really on the table.
That was the longest build-up to the pitch for Fortnite School I've ever heard. I've only ever heard one other pitch for Fortnite School, so it's not a big data set. But I'm going to say that's the longest one. Can I do my irresponsible speculation now?
Yeah.
All right. Apple cares a lot about AR. Of all the companies,
It's an area of intense interest, Nilay.
it's an area of intense interest. Every time you go to an Apple event now, there's like there's one empty table and then just a bunch of confused people walking around it holding iPads in the air, because instead of putting the product out, they put the product out in AR. Like, they love it. Like, they love it. And there's all these rumors of them building glasses. Well, Apple just told us that to do AR right, you need a LiDAR sensor, right? I mean, they've made a technology bet on the iPad now that people are going to build to and build around. They're not going to take it away. And so my guess is that whatever Apple's future AR products are going to involve some sort of LiDAR sensor, because they've just put it out there that the best AR they offer is the iPad Pro with the LiDAR sensor, and they can't necessarily do it with like 45 cameras or any of the ways other people do. So like in self-driving cars, for example, which is a slightly different space, there's a huge argument over whether
Contract complete.
you need
Recon
a
intel
LiDAR
secured.
sensor in a car, which is the bet that many, many companies are making, or whether you can do it all with cameras, which is the bet that Tesla is making. And Elon Musk has called LiDAR, quote, a local maximum, right?
Need a
You
driver.
get this far, and that's as far as you're going to get. We've got to figure out with cameras, because that's the real way to do it that'll let us do everything. I'm not saying that's one-to-one with AR. I'm saying it's just a similar kind of conversation. Apple is clearly making the bet right now, at this moment, that to do it right, you need a LiDAR sensor. And I think that's just kind of interesting. Like, you don't see them play their cards that way very often. But I would bet you that if they're doing that, their glasses, the glasses will have some sort of time of flight depth sensing system that is not just multiple cameras. Because they've been at multiple cameras depth sensing since the iPhone 7, right? Like they've been cranking away at sensing depth with 2 different cameras for a long time now, and they've decided, all right, we need to add a LiDAR sensor.
If you guys had to guess when Apple Glass
I still think it's like 3 or 4 years ago. Like that is still. I mean, they're not even at a place where the watch can keep its face on all the time.
All right, let's go.
Like that's really hard.
I could imagine, along with what you're saying with LiDAR, that theoretically LiDAR is going to be a lot. If the sensor can gather all this depth information, and you don't have to synthesize it from like 3 cameras, right? You're doing way less GPU work, basically.
Yeah.
Because you just have straight up 3D data. So like maybe that's going to be
Move
more
to the next
efficient.
area.
But Paul, the
Build a
A12Z
perimeter.
is the world's most powerful processor. It's unparalleled.
And
It offers both the performance of a high-end workstation, a rack-mounted server, and 45 different generations of Xboxes.
right, but your glasses aren't going to be able to hold an iPad-sized battery.
Right. And this is like one of those things where, you know, they can do almost anything.
Back
with an
here.
iPad. They've got
How's
a
it when
giant
you have-
battery. They've got a big processor. They've got a lot of surface area, so the processor gets really hot. You know, like that's true. The iPad is the
right.
place where they can push their sort of ARM ambitions faster than anything, harder than anything.
All
And this is
right,
kind of
man,
where we are. I just think it's a very interesting piece of hardware too, because there still isn't a killer app for AR at all, as near as I can tell. And they're desperately trying to get there. They're adding more and more tools to it. They're more committed to it than anybody else.
It's hot lava. You can put lava in your living room. I can't wait for that. It's gonna be super fun.
Yeah, I think 3 years on glasses is still nice.
Okay. On the processor front, though, I want a bake-off of this versus the MacBook Air so bad.
But it's like impossible to do.
Does anyone need this?
It's not truly impossible. Like
Get
math,
back here.
math
Cash
is
inside.
math.
Paul, do you know how many emails I got from people who were mad at me that I baked off Premiere on a Mac versus PC and
Contract
that Premiere
complete.
wasn't
Recon
optimized?
intel
It's like,
secured.
there's no way to do this right.
I didn't
Sorry,
know.
Paul.
Yeah.
I'll drive.
I mean, if you can figure it out, tweet at us, Paul's at Future Paul. You've got nothing but time on your hands.
The reason that you can't make off the iPad Pro to the MacBook Air is that the iPad Pro is not a computer,
Oh my god.
according to Apple.
All right, let's turn the page to this keyboard.
This keyboard made of gold.
It's made of platinum. Like in Dungeons and Dragons, there's gold and there's platinum. You know,
$3,000 worth.
300 or 350. 300 for the 11, 350 for the 12.9. I still think they should just call it 13. I don't know why they don't. It's super annoying. So here's what it does. It's backlit. It's scissor switch. It has this fancy hinge where you open it up with one hand or in one motion, and then it kind of breaks about a third of the way up on the back of the iPad, so it floats a little bit over the keyboard or over the deck. And it has a little itty bitty trackpad on it. We haven't seen one in person. Looking at it, there's like, some space behind the keyboard where the iPad floats over it. My hunch is that trackpad is actually really small, which is
I'll
interesting.
drive.
Yeah, it seems very small.
You look at the trackpad on a MacBook, and it
Oh, God.
might as well be
Passenger.
the whole deck. Like the whole palm rest is basically a trackpad, right? And this is very small. Like there's no palm rest
drive.
on this thing.
There's a palm area.
There's like a thumb knuckle joint rest area.
And there's a lot of dead space behind the keyboard where the display hangs over.
Yeah. And we don't know how much it weighs. We do not know how much it weighs.
Right, so we're going to do the thing where you try to describe a 3D object. And I would normally say if you're in your car, pull over, but I suspect most of you are not.
Yeah, that's fair.
But metaphorically, pull over.
The profile reminds me a little bit of the iMac G3 lamp. Or was that G4? The lamp iMac.
Yeah, that was a G4.
All right, here's what's going to happen. You're at home, you're not in your car. Go to your bathroom, turn on the faucet, and Nilay is going to describe this thing to you in 20 seconds, the perfect amount of time for hand washing. In 3,
I'm going to draw this out to 20 seconds.
1. Go.
All right, imagine a book. You unfold the book, but vertically. So you're unfolding the book side. I really am stretching the side. So turn the book sideways so that the spine is facing away from you. And then you open the book like that. And then magically, the bottom of the first half pulls towards you. So that the bottom of the book is flat to the ground.
Does anyone need
but
this?
you can change the angle of the top part independently of the hinge.
Yeah. Okay.
So you got a two-hinge situation.
Yeah.
You got a first hinge that opens out away from you, and then the bottom of the top pulls towards you, and then you can adjust the angle.
Enemy team is tracking
Another
your
choice
position.
you have, now that you've finished washing your hands, is to just look at a picture on the internet because you are almost certain. They did this because they did not want to build a traditional laptop shape and capitulate to the fact that they're very close, right, with a trackpad now to just making a laptop.
They're also very close to a Surface, right? If they had just done the traditional,
Move to the next area.
laptop
Build
deck,
the
it would have looked
perimeter.
exactly like a Surface. They would have had to have figured out a kickstand solution.
You know, the Surface kickstand, some people love it, some people don't. It definitely stops the, oh crap, my iPad flipped over in my lap problem,
Yeah.
right? Which if
Hold
you have
on.
a current iPad Pro and you just try to use it in a bunch of places, it just like
Moving.
flops over.
Disregard
Way
last.
more than you would
All
expect.
right, passenger.
It also solves the I would like to look at my big, beautiful iPad screen without a keyboard in front of the problem.
Yeah, so they've got this keyboard and a trackpad. Peter, would you like to discuss the single USB-C port?
It has a single USB-C port that is on the left-hand side of the keyboard, and it is only does USB-C pass-through power. One thing we don't know actually is how, like, what the wattage is of that USB-C pass-through, because often USB-C pass-through is not as powerful, if, as many watts as you want. So that's interesting.
Wait, so it's definitely lower. Just think about what it is passing through to.
You got to clarify what do you mean pass through?
So you can, it doesn't do like full USB, right? You can't plug an accessory into it. But if you plug a power source into it, it
anyone
will
need
pass
this?
that power source through. And USB pass through, it's like, you know how you can buy like a USB cable that like doesn't do
Primary
data,
objective
it just has the
accomplished.
wires for
Recon
power, and that's it.
intel
That's what USB pass through is. So this thing will not transfer data. Maybe that's security. I don't know. Maybe the Pogo pins can't handle it. I don't know. But it will transfer power. But it's transferring power through like a physical Pogo pin, connection. So the idea that it would be able to do that at 30, 45 watts is like, I don't know.
It seems a very sketchy idea to me.
Yeah.
So when I sit down at my iPad
Locate and secure
to play
cache.
Fortnite school, and
Enemy
I want to
attack
plug
chopper
in
is in the
my
AO.
gaming
Bring it
mouse,
down.
I will plug
Cache.
that into the bottom of the iPad where you would normally charge it.
Right, which is halfway up the iPad on the right-hand side. So you'll
Right.
have
And-
a USB pass-through at the corner of the deck on the left-hand side, and then you'll have a USB cable.
And that's where I'll charge it because Fortnite School is incredibly power hungry. So I'll charge
Right,
it
of course.
on the bottom left with pass through, and my gaming mouse will be plugged in the top right or
Yep.
right-ish.
Yes. And those
Oh,
so
God.
those Pogo pins are the smart connect. So this thing clips into a frame, basically a flat surface with Pogo pins, and that has wires down to the USB-C port on the side. Basically,
Yeah.
and there's just no way those Pogo pins they'll probably do as much power as the iPad needs. There's no way Apple's gonna let it charge its sort of standard spec. But I doubt if you plugged in an 85 watt Apple Pogo, it's gonna give the iPad.
Yeah, there's no way.
So we'll see. Then there's the sort of larger question. And I want to talk about how the mouse works a lot, actually. But then there's my just sort of all-time question
Move to the next
the smart
area.
connector on the
Build a
back of an
perimeter.
iPad. We have been told over and over is an open key.
Yep.
It's not in the made-for iPad program. Anybody can do whatever they want with it. And yet, only Apple and Logitech have ever made devices like this. It is one of the all-time mysteries. And now you're in a position where this thing supports trackpads. So, like, the opportunities for hardware innovation to turn your iPad into a cooler laptop thing are sky high. I would really like to understand why there's so much investment into this system. And Apple itself is like any USB or Bluetooth trackpad or mouse. They're not like many people will build smart connectors. It is by far like Time Garden where I sit around talking about MFI, like a bunch of cool kids. It doesn't talk about Apple's licensing restrictions. And the smart connector is like, they have said it's not an MFI, and yet we're finding this bullshit. So hopefully there is a Logitech line for the previous generations.
Right. I'm a hopeful guy. Despite being beaten down, broken, lied to my entire life, I still believe that good things can happen. And I believe that someone is going to make a keyboard accessory with a trackpad that uses a smart connector, because the competition is $300. So there's a market opportunity there.
It's a very obvious one. Okay, let's talk about this trackpad. So it's coming out in iOS 13.4.
Yep, you can try it right now in the public beta.
And then that's going to hit on the 24th.
Yep, that's
so
right.
they're not waiting until iOS 14, which is itself interesting. And then there's like how it works. So let's talk about how it works first, because the vagaries of Apple's feature politics or whatever. It's pretty interesting. Like, you dove into it more closely than anybody.
Yeah, and I finally got a chance to play with it on the public beta today, so I can talk about it. So there's no pointer. There's a little dot. That's your pointer. So it's like your finger is like a pointer. And it does the things that you would expect a trackpad to do. You can right-click, which is the thing I forgot to mention in my story. You can scroll. Defaults to natural scrolling, which is the right kind of scrolling.
Can you change it?
You can, unfortunately, change it.
Yes.
And then you can also do it works well with like the standard sort of mouse actions on a website, for example. So we have a backend thing on our website where like you want to drag and drop stuff, and you could never do that on an iPad because the drag and drop web thing didn't work, and now it does. So they did a lot of super traditional, not wackadoo mouse stuff with it when it starts interacting with things that expect a mouse. So good job. Second, they did something interesting. So it looks like a little dot. When you hover over a UI element that you would normally tap with your finger, the shape of the like shaded little mouse area thing changes to match the shape of the button that you're hovering over.
Does it snap?
And it snaps a little bit too. There's a little bit of acceleration where it sort of like goes over the thing. If you've ever used a touch, this is going to sound so bad. I'm going to say a thing so that you understand what I'm talking about, and you're going to get super mad, but I promise you it is way better than the thing I'm about to say. Are you ready?
This is such a promise.
It feels like when you like mouse over to one of these little icons and it like hits the thing and like it sort of like snaps to it just a little tiny bit. It feels just a little bit like using the touchpad to go to an icon on the Apple TV with the Apple remote.
No. No.
Wait, back up. The thing I said before. Go back. I told you it's okay. I promise you it's okay. You can turn it off.
Wait, so you can totally turn off the capture thing?
Yes, you can turn off to like change the shape of the thing to match the thing.
Okay, my worry is that I've got this little gray circle. It's going around. That's my mouse cursor. A little hard to find. Would prefer maybe an arrow, but whatever. I'll live with it. And then I'll lose it. It'll like it will be absorbed into a button, and then like, uh-oh, where did my cursor go? Is that the sensation, or is it better?
No, it's just there. It's like when you're playing a first-person shooter in easy mode, and it just like handles a little bit of extra aiming for you, so you can get that headshot, even though you actually suck at it. It's just like that. It doesn't actually like go flying around when you don't expect it, or get locked on something or whatever. It's just like a little bit of assistance to like hit the target.
I mean, I like when I first saw it, I was like, is this the true great compromise between mouse and touch? And this is the table stakes idea that was there all along, or is there a reason that mice don't work like this? And I need to try it to find out.
Well, Paul,
Right,
so it turns out that you want to do
real.
more than select text and scroll and click on buttons with the mouse. You want to like navigate your operating system, right?
Yeah, 3-finger swipe, no problem.
So, 3-finger swipe up goes home, 3-finger swipe up and hold takes you to multitasking. 3-finger swipe to the left or the right switches apps, but if you happen to have a slide over app open, 3-finger swipe, as long as the mouse is inside the slide over app, will switch between slide over apps. Similarly, 3-finger swipe up will open up the slide overs with that. If you want to open up those slide overs in the first place, you throw the mouse all the way to the right-hand side of the screen, sort of stops, and then you like keep scrolling, you know, dragging your finger, and then the slide over as you slide to the right jumps in, moving left. That disconnect between the direction of the mouse and the direction of the thing that happens, that is where things get weird between the touch interface and the mouse interface, because with the dock coming up from the bottom, or notification center coming down from the top, or the slide over coming from the right, the motion of your hand becomes the opposite of the motion of the thing on the screen. You know what I mean? So like to get the dock, you throw the mouse at the bottom, and you sort of keep dragging your finger, and the dock slides up.
It's like you're digging for the dock.
Yeah, it feels a little weird. You'll probably get used to it. It's probably fine. But that is like one odd element to like what your mouse does and where it is like is a little bit contextually dependent, and that could theoretically get a little bit like.
Okay, here's what I've heard, just to back this up. Okay. It works a lot like the Apple TV interface, and it doubles down on the insanity of the iPad multitasking interface. Why would I want this in my life?
Because you could actually like highlight text without having to learn finger gymnastics.
Sure,
because you don't have to lift your arm up off of the deck of the table to like get gorilla arm to tap the thing on the screen.
Okay, I mean, I buy all that. It just seems like the amount of reinventing the wheel to avoid just doing it like the Mac is at an all-time low.
Yeah, but there are things that are better than the Mac for sure. So for example, you slide up to the top, it highlights the time if you're in the upper right, and that brings down Control Center. You just like continue your slide up, you don't even have to click on it. Control Center comes down. You bring your mouse over to the brightness scale and you want to adjust the brightness. Well, what do? It's a Mac, you like click down and then drag it.
Move to the next area. Secure the
Touchpad on the iPad, you just hover your mouse over that slider, and then you just use two fingers to scroll it, and it changes.
Okay.
It's cool, right? Like basically, like the metaphorical equivalent is like one finger taps, two fingers basically acts like a drag all the time, like scroll basically, and then three fingers is for like universal iPadOS system level stuff, right? And like if you have that sort of framework in your head, everything makes sense. Except I still think that like Edge bring elements in is a little bit weird, and you got to trust me on the snapping thing.
When I think of the people who most often buy iPads, I think of people who instinctively and intuitively build a framework for how many fingers operate at which level of abstraction in the interface.
Well, the idea, Nilay, is that you learn it intuitively, just playing around with it, not having to watch how-to videos. That's the problem with the iPad's overall interface, is to understand how the shit works, you have to like watch how-to videos for split screen and slide over.
Yeah. So how much of this are they going to throw away with 14?
That is an excellent question. I have no idea. Like, if they give you like a window mode in 14, then they have completely capitulated to the Surface.
Do you have any idea if I can't imagine Apple allowing this, but let's say a developer's been sitting on the fence like, hey, we can make a what's that word when you make a Mac app but you use iOS?
Catalyst.
We can make a Catalyst app, no problem, but we have a truly mouse-driven
Primary
UI.
objective accomplished.
And we would love to put this on the iPad, but it really does not work without a mouse. Could someone put an app in the store and there's a big warning, this is a mouse preferred experience?
No. That's like, if you're going to capitulate to Microsoft, do not capitulate to your software having mouse preferred logos on it. Like, that is some truly 90s Microsoft
what about mouse enhanced?
Oh my God.
It's like, you don't want any of that. Works with Microsoft Bob. Like, you don't want those logos on your software at all.
Well, and you don't want your, like, how you navigate around the operating system to change depending on if you're in tablet mode or not. This is the problem with the Surface, is I bet you 90% of people never bother with tablet mode. And if you get stuck in tablet mode or not, and you don't know exactly what's going on, it's super confusing and annoying.
I would argue that this is the problem with the iPad. It's the iPad Pro. I have one.
Yeah.
I like using it. It lives in its case all of the time. It never taken out of that case. That case, even this one's much lighter, right? The current keyboard Folio thing is probably much lighter than the one that's coming out. It's still like a little bit heavy. Even the 11 is a little bit heavy, and the keys are on the back of the case when you have it open in tablet mode. So I never want to sit around using that thing in Portrait as a tablet unless I take it out of the case, and I never do. And I think that this is like Apple's just quickly getting to the point where the utility of being able to just make it a pure tablet is getting overshadowed by what its aspirations for the product are, with pro apps and keyboard support and 15-finger multitasking. So like that's the leads right into when they're just going to turn it into a Mac conversation, which I will say, to Apple's credit, they absolutely do not care about. What did they do this week? They put out a MacBook Air and an iPad Pro at basically the same price point, right on top.
Does anyone need this?
And they said, and they're like, no, they're like, who cares? Like, you people are going to buy whatever one they want to buy. That's fine as long as they're buying it from us. That is a remarkable amount of confidence for any company, but it does make for, you know, people like us, people listening to this, being like, which one's which? Ah! Like, they just don't care. It's amazing that they don't care, but they clearly don't care.
Well, and they think the customers don't care. They don't think any, like, the thing I put in the newsletter Thursday morning is nobody is confused when they go to the Apple Store to buy something. They know what they want. It's not, there's no existential crisis here.
Yeah. I think the existential crisis is like, they're going to put an ARM processor, then these things are going to feel way closer than they ever have before. And now it comes down to which Apple operating system do you like better? And one of them is still more complete than the other, and the other one is more innovative and has all the energy.
Yep. Well, so this is like, if you have siblings, I want you to know that even though your parents say that they love you all equally, they love your sibling more than you. And this is the problem with having two directly competitive products, is deep in their heart, Apple loves one of them more. And if you are like a fan of the Mac, you're a little bit worried about that.
Yeah, I would say that has edged off a little bit for me, just because they put out the 16-inch MacBook Pro, they put out this Mac Pro. Like, they have made very loud statements. They're still investing in these products.
Yeah, and the
They're very
hardware.
expensive.
How about the software, Eli? How's that going on the Mac right now?
Have you heard of Metal 2? Once everyone else supports Metal 2, they'll be great. But as long as there's still hardware and people can do it, it's fine. Okay, let's take a break. There is yet more hardware to talk about in this world. Some fancy game consoles. The next generations are coming at us. This episode of Vergecast is brought to you by NerdWallet. Folks over there have heard the title of Nerd many times over. If you have any questions about credit cards, mortgages, or investing, NerdWallet's team of financial experts are here to help. You can waste so much time researching which reward credit card offers the most bang for your buck, but the nerds have already done the work, so you don't have to. When it comes to finances, we all have questions, and when those questions come up, NerdWallet is the place to go for expert advice, budgeting, how to start investing, and so much more. NerdWallet has useful tools to wrap your head around whatever money questions you're digging into, like calculators and side-by-side comparisons that will save you time and help you make smarter decisions with your money. For straightforward, no-nonsense money advice, head over to nerdwallet.com. Again, for all your money questions, turn to the nerds at nerdwallet.com.
Plant-based is here to stay. We've got plant-based milk. We've got plant-based meat. And now plant-based butter is becoming a thing. That's why we're excited about new Country Crock plant butter. It's dairy-free and plant-based, but it tastes like dairy butter. Not to mention, the plant butter sticks cook and bake like dairy butter too. It's got 25% less saturated fat, and the production of plant butter results in less than half the carbon footprint of dairy butter. Use it wherever you use dairy butter. Your top secret chocolate chip cookie recipe, your morning toast. Any butter delivery system will do, and you've got a treat that's better for both you and the planet. Try it today. Find a store near you at countrycrock.com/plant-butter and see what all the plant-based hype is about.
Hold this country together.
Do your best.
Astonishing consistency.
I got you. My segment that I do every week is always and will always be called I'm a Moog Man Now. Or some would say Moog. Moog and Korg are, you guys know, I've talked about this so many times, that I love to put synthesizers and all sorts of music creation apps on my iPad. And it's a very expensive habit because most of these cost $5, $10, $20 for some of them. Just as a fun, a musical way to occupy your mind is the quote. Moog has come out with, has made its Minimove Model D iOS app
Objectives
for free.
updated. Move to the next location.
Korg is making Chaosilator, which is a $20 app, free. And it's just wonderful. I've been meaning to buy the Minimove, but I just never got around to
Get
it.
back,
I
Jim.
downloaded
Cash inside.
it. It's making great sounds. I'll say this until I die. It feels so cool to download an app onto your iPad and feel like you've got new hardware. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's just such a. It feels like you downloaded more RAM. You know, you feel like you downloaded a gadget. And it's. I mean, Korg calls its main iPad music app. It calls it gadget. That's it. I don't know. Anyways, I'm just thank you to Korg and Move. I'm gonna really enjoy it. And, I already have it. And yeah, go download those apps because they're free and they make
What's your SoundCloud, Paul?
beautiful noise. It's probably Future Paul.
All right, so Xbox Series X, PS5. Again, strange times. No big events, no E3.
Yeah.
They rolled out specs for these things in strange ways, but we know a lot about them. Paul, walk us through.
It is so exciting.
Contract complete. All
Sony
supply
did the
boxes
greatest
located.
live stream that I've really seen in years. Basically, Sony had planned to do a talk at GDC where it would do a technical deep dive on the decisions that they were making for the PlayStation 5. Obviously, GDC's been canceled, so they just did it as a live stream. And they didn't try to pivot to something that was consumer-facing or let's say consumer-friendly. But it was wonderful for someone like me who really wanted to
anyone
nerd
need
out
this?
about it. And so now we know the specs of both of the consoles in the at least in the abstract. So like we've been hearing for a while, they're both based on like AMD's Zen 2 architecture. Both have AMD RDNA 2 GPUs. The Xbox Series X is rated at 12 teraflops, right, with 52 compute units, while PlayStation 5 is going to be 10.28 teraflops with only 36 compute units. But so that's the big distinction.
So which one is more powerful, Paul? You have to answer right now. You have to go on the record right now which one is more powerful so that everyone can tweet at you that they disagree at Future Paul. Go.
Can I give you a gut reaction?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be the PlayStation 5.
Whoa!
Let me
Okay,
tell you
let's hear
why.
it.
More flops is more flops, right?
I love me some flops.
Flops are flops. If you
anyone need
are
this?
just doing math, right?
Need a driver.
Flops are floating point operations per second, something like that.
Yeah.
If you're just multiplying a lot of numbers and you have a problem where you can do all of that multiplication completely in parallel, the Xbox wins, right?
Oh, that's a really down to earth explanation of how processing works. It's a real teraflop.
Wow.
Imagine you need to do a bunch of dishes, right? You only have one sink, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how, well, now you don't have flops anymore in this scenario.
Nothing makes me happier than like trying to explain like CPUs versus GPUs in this way.
Let me go. Let
Okay,
me go.
go.
One sink is the compute unit, right? How fast you do the dishes is the clock speed, right?
Okay. Yep.
So if your work can't be perfectly split up into all 52 or whatever compute units of the Xbox, it will benefit from having just the raw clock speed because you're just doing work faster on the PlayStation.
Let me try to pull this metaphor into something slightly less understandable, but more visually hilarious. What's faster? One extremely fast dishwasher,
Located
or
a supply box. Secure
four
that position.
slower dishwashers.
Right, because what's important to know is that 4
Need a
slower
driver.
dishwashers are faster theoretically, but when the game developer,
Enemy
who's
team
the
is tracking your
guy
position.
who's holding the stack of dishes, right, is the game developer, he's got to distribute work to all the 4 dishwashers. If he can't manage to evenly distribute the work to the 4, then the single will actually end up winning. That's why my gut
I'll drive.
instinct is that the PlayStation 5 might outperform the Xbox in average case because it's hard to always light up everything at once in parallel. But I don't know actually for sure, obviously.
Is there anything architecturally that makes it hard to light up everything in parallel on the Xbox, or is it just that like it's just harder? You just gotta figure shit out.
No, it's like doing things in parallel is like a computer science problem.
Yeah.
It's just that sort of that synchronization.
Paul, tell me if this metaphor is accurate. They're both basically using like the same like platform, the same chassis, you might say, like the same basic parts. But Microsoft made a Camaro and Sony made a Corvette. It's just
I have no idea what the difference of those is.
That makes just not enough sense.
Objectives updated. Move to the
The
next
other
location.
big difference between these, and this one looks like it's looking like an obvious total win for Sony, is that Sony went SSD crazy. And so the PlayStation 5 is going to have an 825 gigabyte SSD. Xbox Series X is going to have a 1 terabyte SSD. But it sounds like Sony's is going to be about twice as fast. Sony is doing a bunch of, like, they made their own custom control. And this is why oh my gosh, this talk was so much fun. He's talking about like algorithms for moving data from the SSD to RAM and stuff. One thing I think both of these consoles are really going to benefit from that is Mark Cerny, I believe is his name, the Sony guy who's explaining all this stuff. Both of the because SSDs are so much faster than hard drives, game developers have been doing a ton of tricks with hard drives to put data all like together so that it can be read sequentially, so it can be accessed in fast enough times to load something. And that's what game developers have had to do, is duplicate a lot of data. So one of the things he mentioned was that like Spider-Man, there's like 400 copies of the same like mailbox in Spider-Man, just to have data locality for where it's put on the physical hard drive.
Secure all
So
cache
now with
devices.
SSDs, they're not going to
Enemy
have to do
attack chopper is in the
that.
AO.
So games
Bring
will be
down
smaller, but also the amount of data that needs to stream from the disk to the RAM is small. It's like everything's getting faster all at once. Sony's saying like maybe 100 times speed up as far as disk usage over the PlayStation 4.
So here's the thing that I latched onto from this presentation. You know, load time, right? Like the load time is faster. You have to spend less time looking at a screen with a tip on it. Great. That's very exciting for me. But what the Sony presentation was saying is like, look, if you've got faster load time, you can do stuff with like the level design that you couldn't do before. Because lots of games want to have no loading screen at all, and so you move from like one big, set piece area to the next one, and in between those two set piece areas, the old one needs to go away and the new one needs to get loaded. And so they have you walk through like a long ass tunnel, right? How many times have you done this? I'm doing this right now because I've been playing Tomb Raider, right? Like you all of a sudden are like walking through a cave for some reason, and then you go to the next place, right? But with a faster load time in the background, you don't have to go through a weird long ass tunnel so that the next set piece area has time to load. You can just go to the next one. So it will change the design of levels because it will give game developers, like, they'll have to do less weird hacky things to work around the limitations of the disk speed.
Yeah, it will change how especially open world games are developed in that sense, but I also think it's just like game developers will always do wild hacky things to get the most out of the hardware, but in some sense, like, they've made it easier to make a game, which is like really exciting. Just games can be slightly less effort to create.
Okay, so what is the big takeaway other than specs? Are game developers excited, or which one should I buy? Who's going to win?
So here's Darth on Twitter, if you know who Darth is, the Red Panda, actually asked me this question, and I told him I don't give out advice on Twitter. I only give out snark. But I actually said, here's how I see it. Microsoft has said that they are not going to have game exclusives at launch, and it is possible that one of these is technically faster and has better specs, etc. But I think that for most people, you don't have an 8K TV, you don't have a TV that supports variable refresh rate. You will benefit from like the improved thing, but it takes everybody, a year or so to figure out how to optimize for a console anyway, most of the time. And so, set aside, if you can, the spec war. The like, oh my god, who's got the better, faster thing? Like, assume they're both like way faster and way better and like, in each other's range. Then traditionally, the next thing is, who has the best games? Well, that doesn't apply. So what are we actually looking at here? I think for Sony, it's we have these games, and for Microsoft, it's we have this ecosystem. And actually, replying to me and Darth the Red Panda was a guy who works for Microsoft, Frank Shaw, head of comms, and he just replied with Microsoft answer, which was, I'm going to get this wrong now. It was, I believe, content, community, cloud, console.
The 4C,
Which-
the classic 4C.
Just for the best, most up-to-date coupon codes and then just applies them to your cart. You don't have to do a thing. You just save money. A bunch of us use it here, and no joke, together we have saved thousands. And that's because Honey works on over 20,000 sites, including Amazon, Newegg, Best Buy, GameStop, eBay.
Yeah, baby. Fuck.
Windows 10 and it's on xCloud and it's on your console and like everything's all working together. And you don't have to use Steam because you can just use Microsoft services or whatever.
Sure.
And then lastly, the console. The console is good. If you look at Microsoft's thinking about how to build a gaming ecosystem,
Wait, is that an order of priority?
I don't
Like
know.
the most important is content, and then there's community, and then there's cloud, which I'm still not sure what that means, and then it's console.
I think so. I'm just proud of a Microsoft employee for tweeting out an entire tweet without using the word Azure, because that doesn't happen very often.
Well done, Craig. You know, what they did not say was cable box control, which is a real thesis for the last time.
The cable box control decision, right? Microsoft screwing up the last generation so badly gave Sony a huge lead, right? And I think that's one of the most important things on the console is that your buddies are playing on the same console as you are, so that you can easily party together and like play multiplayer games with your friends. So you know, if your friends are still on a PS4 and you're getting a PS5. Or you're looking at which next gen do I want? Well, all my friends are on the PS4 still. I think I want a PS5. So that's going to be like a big decision. Obviously, if one of these consoles is obviously better for some reason, maybe it'll get an edge. But I feel like Sony has a lot of momentum going into this. So if they launch at a very similar price at a very similar time as Microsoft, I would think they'd be doing fine. There is a question, like ray tracing is interesting on these because Microsoft can lean in to the fact that it has DirectX and it has like DirectX ray tracing stuff kind of all set up. So Microsoft can get more benefits from optimizations that people do for PC games can more directly, I think, translate to the Xbox. I don't think that's like completely out of the realm of possibility for, you know, obviously people are still going to do these optimizations or similar optimizations for PlayStation games, but I think Microsoft has a little bit of edge there. They also have ray traced Minecraft, which is awesome. But like Sony, like Dieter was saying, like Sony is the only console that has exclusive games now.
All right. What are dates? What are dates people need to know next? What happens next?
Nobody knows.
Holiday.
I mean, they're saying, as far as I know, they're still saying end of 2020, but that obviously could get pushed. Oh, one fun note that you guys will love is that the Xbox has a proprietary NVMe expansion. You remember I was talking about that little slot? It looks like an express card slot. It is for proprietary. So far, just Seagate will be making these NVMe drives that you can expand storage. Sony is basically saying you will be able to expand the storage, but wait, don't buy, because this is going to be not only it's going to be a PCIe 4.0 NVMe drive, so like a next gen NVMe drive, which most right now are PCIe 3, but also we did some crazy stuff that's like custom for
Objective update.
and we
Secure
can't
that
promise
position.
that we'll work with all PCIe 4 NVMe drives. So that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
There's nothing like a console-based proprietary storage war.
You could still plug in a classic like HDD or whatever to play legacy games, but the new games that use the hot shit fast loading time stuff require these new proprietary cards.
Okay. Okay. Are they going to call them memory sticks? That's all I really want to know.
I know. I want memory sticks too, Eli. Don't worry. Sony has also developed a new 3D audio format.
You're doing this at the end? We're like an hour and a half into this thing.
That's about all I know.
But Sony can't do anything. Sony can't go to the bathroom without doing a proprietary 3D audio format.
I know.
That's all they know how to do. It's like when they spin up the new Kanban board for making a new thing, like it auto-populates with the proprietary 3D audio format. It's just like built into the development template. So it's great.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very excited to listen to the one like Santana song they ever release in this format. It will sound amazing, I'm sure. That's great. All right, we got to wrap this up. Thank you, everybody, for listening. I'm confident that maybe listeners have heard my child screaming and running around in the background because that's been happening. Thank you for putting up with the little difference in audio quality as we're going through this at this time. I appreciate it. I appreciate you sticking with us. I hope that we were able to provide you some entertainment at home. You can tweet at us. I'm at Reckless. Dieter is at Backlon. Paul's at Future Paul.
Does anyone need this?
We're available. We're not going anywhere. It's just like hit us up. Let us know what you want us to talk about, who you want us to have on the interview shows. Speaking of the interview show, on Tuesday, do the CEO of Impossible Foods, Patrick Brown. That was actually a great conversation. He's a really interesting dude. And we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. We're going to power right through this. So, yeah, let us know. Talk to us. Tweet at us. We'll see you next week. Rock and roll.
Paul.
Promo code.
Enemy soldier incoming.
If there was a spreadable, cookable, bakeable, plant-based butter that was better for your body and the planet, what would you make with it? Butter cookies? Butter pie? That's a thing, by the way. Whatever it is, Country Crock Plant Butter makes it happen and makes it delicious. Country Crock Plant Butter is so tasty, even butter lovers love it. You can use it as a one-to-one substitute for dairy butter in all of your favorite recipes and enjoy it, knowing it has 25% less saturated fat than regular old dairy butter. To try it for yourself, use the store locator at
Primary element
countrycrock.com/plant-butter
marked.
today.
Extract is standing by.
We need a driver.
Contract complete. Recon intel secured.
need a driver. Does anyone need this? I'll drive.
Supply box marked. Secure the package.
I'll drive. Contract updated. New objective identified. Request recon flyover!
UAV entering the AO.
I'll drive.
advised, UAV is bingo fuel. RTB for resupply.
Contract updated. New objective identified.
I'll drive. Vendor here if you need equipment. Vendor here if you need equipment.
What the fuck? The kitty riders, that's the old guy. Oh, right there.
I'll drive. I'll drive.
Contract complete. All supply boxes located.
I'll drive. Does anyone need this?
Enemy team is tracking your location. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Objective updated. Secure that position.
Need a driver.
Safe. You lost the enemy trackers.
I'll drive. Vendor here if you need equipment. I'll drive. You need a driver. Cash inside. I'll drive. Care package here. Cash inside. inside. I'll drive. All right, passenger.
yourselves a proper warm-up. We'll be deploying soon.
From Gimlet. Well, from my apartment, DJ Vogue. So, back in the very early days of Gimlet, a lot of our episodes were recorded in this tiny little, barely a studio that we got off Craigslist. It was technically called a Whisper Room. Anyway, just picture a phone, a slightly larger than average phone booth, except for all black, completely black inside, fuzzy walls, extremely hot. One of the first things we did when it was clear the company was actually going to work was move into real studios that had room for people in them. But when we did that, I actually kept that original studio.
I'll drive.
Like, got it disassembled, put it in my basement. I just sort of figured, you know,
You're done warming up.
you never
Stand
know.
by for
Maybe
deployment
one day
to
it'll
the
come
war
in.
zone. Hostile
So
dropping
that
into
is
the
where
area.
I'm talking to you from today and for the foreseeable future. In my apartment, in a closet, in a smaller room inside it. And the version of Reply All that we're going to be making for now is not the show that we had planned on making, because that would not make any sense. We're trying to figure out how to be here and with you guys through everything that's
Job
going to happen.
simple. Secure 1 million in
What
cash before
combination
the enemy.
of information and making sense of the world and fun and distraction is going to feel right and appropriate? We don't know. We're going to figure that out in front of you. This week, we were not scheduled to have an episode, but we wanted to be here, so we're here. And what we all decided we wanted to do was open up the comments. We knew that everybody on Earth essentially was experiencing the exact same thing with very similar worries, and we just wanted to hear how people were doing. So I got set up in this closet, in this little room. Alex got set up in the attic of the house.
All right, guys, I have to go back upstairs. Can I kiss, please?
I'll drive.
Damiano was producing this. He was in his apartment in Brooklyn.
Does anyone need this?
Northwood's calling me. We took calls Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And even in that time, what we heard was a world that was changing very rapidly. So this is a snapshot of this week in that world. I'm not recording.
Okay, I'm recording.
Oh shit, I'm not recording. Fuck.
How are you feeling, Alex?
I'm exhausted. I was just laying on my back in my attic, staring through the skylight.
Like on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, so are we opening up the phone lines?
I'll drive.
We are. It seems that way. I mean, we're waiting on Damiano to open the phone.
Okay, I can open them up right now. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. All right.
We're live?
Yeah. All right, I think that, here we go. I think we got a call.
Okay.
Hello?
Bounty target identified. Slot the bar.
Hi, who's this?
Hello?
Hello?
This is Zorro calling in from Paris.
Zorro?
Yeah, just like the hero.
What the hell? That's such a cool name.
Thanks, guys.
Is that
it's,
a common name?
No, goodness. My parents had a real fun one.
Sorry to ask you about something that you must be so tired of being asked about, but that's really cool.
No, no problem.
How are things in Paris?
Drive.
How are things in Paris? Paris has gone into its first day of lockdown.
And what does that look like?
It looks like the streets are empty. Police and soon military are going about them. If you're out in groups, or if you're out without a good reason, or if you're out without a certificate that says that you're going to work, or to the bakery, or to the pharmacy, or to walk your dog, you get an 80 to 130 euro fine.
How do you get the certificates?
You can download it on the internet or form fill it on a PDF on your phone. They'll accept that. But
I'll drive.
Lots of people are being sent back to their homes.
What does it feel like?
Kind of ghostly.
Are you hunkered down by yourself? Are you hunkered down with family, friends?
I'm with my girlfriend and her parents, and their two yappy dogs.
Parents?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Well, as you can tell probably from the accent, I'm not originally French. My mum's French, but I grew up in Australia, and so all of my family lives quite a way out, so I don't have very many people to hunker down with.
Have they said how long the lockdown's gonna be in place for?
Yeah, so on, that was last night. Yeah, last night Macron announced it for 15 days.
Request recon flyover!
UAV entering the AO.
That it's going to last 45 days. A lot of us think they're just lowballing it. They say 15 now and then 15 in 15 days.
If you like go to your window right now and look out the window, what do you see?
Does anyone need this?
Quiet street. The apartment building in front of you. There's no dog walkers. There wouldn't be a lot of dog walkers at this time of day. The church bells haven't even rung, to tell you the truth.
I know that this is not the most important question, but where are the dogs going to the bathroom?
You can walk your dogs, but you can't. It's a good question. You can walk your dogs, but it has to be in a short perimeter around your house, and you have to be alone. You can't talk to other people while you do it.
God, wow. It's so weird. It's like, sometimes I know that it's more serious and more big than this, but sometimes it feels like
Be advised, UAV is bingo fuel. RTV for
going
resupply.
outside, you know, like you don't realize that you're landing in your house.
Oh, for real. And you should have seen how the French reacted to it. So on, I think, Thursday, everyone said, alright, so you can't go to bars and cafes. That night, every French person went out to get drunk before the end of the world. They called it the last big drink before the end of the world. So, of course, the virus spreads everywhere.
Right.
Then the bars and cafes are shut down. So where does everybody go? Everybody goes to the park. Beautiful sunny day. Everybody goes to the park. So, of course, they're just catching each other's frisbees and the virus spreads around. And then now we're in confinement and I've even heard of people walking their dogs to other people's house so that then those people can walk their dogs to other people's house so that everybody has an excuse to go outside and meet other people.
Did you go out to the bars that last night?
No, I stayed home and played D&D with friends, to be honest.
With the people who were going out, what did they say? Like, if you say to them, like, why are you doing it? What did they say?
Enemy soldier incoming!
Oh, a lot of them were like, look, we've all got it anyway, we're all carriers at this point, we're all young, none of us gonna die, come and have a drink, like, we didn't stop drinking after the terror attacks in 2015, for example, so why would we stop now, was a common phrase.
It's hard, like, I think that is I think that's a dangerous reaction, but it's funny because it is, like, normally when a big crisis happens, it's like all the things we're supposed to do normally. It's like, come together, be resilient in the sense of, like, act as if your life hasn't changed.
Yeah. And that was the call after the Bataclan attacks. We tried to go out as much as possible, keep the cafes alive, keep the culture alive. And that's the French reaction, to, like, go out and live and fight the sadness and the darkness with liveliness and drinking and partying and carrying on. But this time we can't do that, and it just feels fucking weird.
What are you guys doing in the... Oh, go ahead, Alex.
I live in New Jersey, and last night after I got off work, I was just, like, so exhausted. And after the kids did it, my wife was like, go take a walk. And I did, and it was bitter cold out. And I was still like, this is the best part of the day so far. Just being able to, like, be outside and remember that there is something beyond the walls of this house. I can't imagine just, like, needing a permission slip every time I want to go, you know?
I'll drive.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, and as well just the way it shuts down social interaction. Now nobody says hello to you, sort of shift to the other sidewalk, kind of nod your head awkwardly, hope that the police don't walk by and ask you why you're going, and, like, pretend that you need to buy bread or something. It's weird.
And what are you guys doing in the apartment?
Oh, you know, there's Wi-Fi, there's Netflix, yeah, lots of board games. Walking the dog over and over again.
The dogs are like the key to freedom.
I know. I can't imagine having a dog in Paris right now.
Yes, if you don't have a dog, you can't go out.
I wonder if people are going to hear this in the US and be like, real fast. Because, I mean, in New York, the mayor just said, he said, like, he's going to make a decision about shelter in place, but he expects to do it in 48 hours. And the way he was talking about it, it felt like that's probably what's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to be the same level of strictness or severity, but it looks like it's just where the cities have to go.
I hope for your guys' sake that it doesn't get there.
Do you mind emailing us and maybe we'll, like, we don't know what we're going to do. Like, we think we're going to probably just call it a bunch of days this week, but maybe you can be our Paris correspondent.
I would love that.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great to talk. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Objective
Hello?
updated.
Hello?
Hi, who's this?
Hi, this is Amanda.
Hi,
How's it
Amanda.
going?
Hi.
Where are you?
I'm in New Jersey, New Brunswick.
Oh, okay.
Island Park,
That's
really.
the state that Alex is in.
Yeah,
Not
I'm
far from
nearby.
me.
Yeah, exactly.
How are you doing?
Yeah, how's it going?
Back here. Depot disregard last.
I'm okay. I wanted
Enemies
to
in the
share
area.
a kind of
Moving.
like petty thing that I experienced this weekend. Both petty and systemic. If that makes
Wait,
sense.
petty and systemic?
It's both
Moving.
petty on the individual
Disregard
level,
loss.
but also systemic. It's related
love
to
to
what's
hear it.
going on right now.
Yeah.
Please share.
Okay, so like I went to visit my friend, just like in Boston this past weekend, and she was one other girl who I went to college with, and the girl is very active on like social media in terms of like sharing social justice related things. So that's like her personality, and I've known her for a long time for that. And
We need a driver. Get back to
shared
gear.
something over
Cash
the
inside.
weekend. It was like a screenshot of a tweet that I think is going around, and the tweet was like saying that that this whole pandemic is exposing the fact that women or
Contract
domestic
complete.
labor,
Recon
especially
intel secured.
domestic labor from women, has always been undervalued, hasn't had like an economic value, gone invisible,
Enemy UAV
unpaid,
overhead.
that kind of thing. And the fact that people are like scrambling to like deal with this situation kind of exposes that fact. And so this girl shared this tweet on her Instagram story, and I just like saw that. But
Does anyone
like,
need this?
petty thing that I'm now bringing in is that the roommate of the friend I was visiting, and what I learned this weekend is that she does not know how to clean up after herself, like at all. So like, I'm like truly, it's.
Wait, hold up. Can you just really paint me a picture of like how slobby this person is?
Oh, absolutely. I can paint you a clear picture of what happened this weekend. So like on Saturday, I think she like for lunch, I saw her make a taco bowl. She opened a package of like taco shells and left the package opened on the counter all night long. There were tomato bits and lettuce bits strewn all over the counter. And then for dinner,
what was strewn all over the counter?
Lettuce bits.
Oh!
Like, bits of tomatoes and lettuce. Yes.
Supply box
And then
located.
for dinner,
Route to secure.
first meal, and then for the second meal, they made her and like the third roommate made like roast chicken breast, and they didn't finish it. And they left it on the pan on the stove top. There's still like 2 whole breasts on it. And they made a frozen pizza, and there were still 2 slices of frozen pizza. The next morning, it was all still there, completely exposed. And the kicker is that I like took a look, and under the pan of chicken breast on the stove top, there was
objective
mouse
identified.
poop everywhere.
Oh! God!
Yeah.
Who do they think is going to clean
And
that
so,
up?
like-
What invisible labor do they think is going to take care of that?
Exactly. This is what I'm talking about, you guys. Okay, so like the friend that I visited, my friend, like the only one who cleans up after them. So she told me that she takes out the trash like 4 out of 5 times of the day, of like during the week, and like she's the one who cleans up after them. And like this girl who's talking about like unpaid care labor for women is literally like being cleaned up for by her roommate, like not paying her for it, and like it just like boggles me. It boggles my mind that like this like that doesn't exist. That like just in her mind that like she can hold both these things at once.
That's fantastic.
I'll drive.
It's like you agree with the idea. You just think that she's the world's worst
objective
spokesperson
located.
for that idea.
Yeah. And so like really I just want like if anyone is listening to this and like is stuck at home in quarantine with their roommate, like clean up after yourself. Like we're all
All right, stay sane. Stay safe.
Yeah, take care.
Alright, what to do.
Were you a good roommate, Alex?
No.
Yeah. Terrible. What was your worst roommate say?
God, there's so many.
Didn't you have a roommate who just like, almost like the first day was like, I'm actually not going to do this, and he bounced on my face?
Yes.
You tried to bounce on Keys.
No. I had a roommate who was there for like a month. She was like, I don't want to live with you guys. And then it was a period of time in my life when it was incredible. So what we did is we got some drywall. This is the most logical solution. Rather than find a roommate, we got drywall, wrapped it in carpet we got at the recycle center. Completely wrapped it around the first floor of our house. And then just had house shows to make up the rent.
That's such a stupid, fun solution. Did it work?
Yes.
Did you get good bands?
I mean, no one famous, but yeah, we got some decent bands. But there was a guy who lived next door to us who constantly tried to kill us because we couldn't each other.
Like, actually was like, I'm going to murder you? Or
yes, he was actually like, I'm going to kill you.
But you didn't take that seriously?
Not seriously enough to stop having the show.
And then wasn't there a point where you had like a very old man who was living in your basement for some reason?
Oh yeah, he was like
What was the deal with that?
He was like a guy who used to hang out in the Diag, which is like downtown Ann Arbor, and used to just like recite body poetry and scream.
Body?
Yeah, like he would like just scream offensive sort of verse that he wrote.
Get back to gear.
And he needed a place to live, and so he came and lived at our house for a while.
Was he in the practice space or was that a different house?
Different house, but he was in the practice space. And when he moved in and we put him on the futon, the owner of the futon was like, why didn't anybody ask me?
Why didn't anybody ask him?
Well, you know, I'm a bad roommate. I think we've established that much.
Hi, you've reached the reply all calling line. We're either on the other line or stuck taking calls for the day. But feel free to leave a message or try calling back. Just be aware that if you do leave a voicemail, it might be in the podcast. All right, thank you.
Hi, this is Margaret. I live in the Midwest, and I'm calling because I'm a member of AA, and we have all of these churches and community centers and coffee shops shutting down and closing their doors, and our meetings are the primary way that we get in contact with people who are struggling and need help, and particularly people who are stuck in their homes and potentially, drinking out of control. And I'm part of a group that is trying to keep everybody informed, and it is just hour to hour getting calls from people saying their meetings were shut down and where can they go. And so it's been a huge new frontier for us. We're really trying to find ways to use technology to stay connected, and we just hope that it works and that new people find us.
Hi guys, I'm super sad that I missed you. My name is Jocelyn. I live on an island off of Vancouver, Canada, and we are experiencing a lot of the same shortages here that the rest of North America has, mainly toilet paper, for some unknown reason. We recently got some groceries and were able to get one package of toilet paper in that grocery order pickup, and the same kind of toilet paper we usually get. And then I opened it and realized that it was so loosely wound that the roll almost came out. And then I looked at the other toilet paper rolls in the same package and thought, they're all really loosely wound. Like when you look at the toilet paper roll, you can see daylight between the layers. This is not how I'm used to getting toilet paper. So it's entirely possible that this toilet paper is just a bad batch. No. But that's my husband. But we live in a net producer of toilet paper. Our province has a lot of trees, and the Scott Starman paper factory is in the town I grew up in. It would have been produced this week in order to fulfill the shortage. And but in any case, I think it's a really interesting problem, and it would be interesting to to find out whether this is a problem other listeners are having just by looking at their recently purchased toilet paper if they're lucky enough to have found some. That's all I had. Thanks you guys. I love your and be.
The point is, are the toilet paper companies shorting us on toilet paper? Because these rolls were absolutely produced after this virus happened. So are they, like, has anyone counted the number of sheets or how,
Or how tightly they're wound? Like, is it possible that they, in an effort to meet the need quickly, that they decided, okay, well, let's put a little less on each roll so people will have something to use, which would be kind of shitty. But, you know, it's plausible, so I'm curious. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Hi there, it's Clarissa, teacher from Ottawa. Ottawa's kind of a weird place right now, so I thought I'd bring a bit of music and joy into it.
Get back to jail. Cash inside.
Long before I had you, you came back. Better than the Facebook girl, Daddy Ray picture. Even if it's named to you, subscription. Better than the ticket to a house. Better than the gutter of a soap in the floor. Bride, better than the stairs on a whipped-cream Sunday. Better than the life that'll never happen someday. Say you love me tonight. I wanna feel That's your song for today.
I'll drive.
You're safe. We lost the enemy track.
After the break, how do you feel?
Disregard last. Take the driver. Disregard last. Get back to jail. Cash inside.
This episode of Reply All is brought to you by Squarespace. With Squarespace, you can own your own domain, put your idea or business online, and use beautiful templates to showcase it. So I have a website called Gopher Gripes, where people are allowed to submit their own gripes about things that they don't like. There are some really good ones. Okay. When movie trailers reveal too much information about the plot.
Oh, God, I agree. Am I supposed to just want to go in and see, like, the last 5 minutes in the credits?
If you have a petty gripe about the world, go to gophergripes.com and submit. When it's time to build your website, check out squarespace.com/replyall for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code REPLYALL to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. All right. Ready for a call whenever y'all are.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Nope.
Did they hang up or did we hang up on them?
I think it's doing that thing where there's so many people calling that it starts to hang up on people.
No.
Here we go. No. Sorry, person from Toronto.
Oh, we got something. We got a live one.
Hello?
No.
Hello? No, we don't.
I can see all the calls coming in. I think
normally the system kind of works.
Yeah.
Do you want to try restarting the old doohickey?
There's no way to restart it.
Shit.
Okay, guys, I have a new idea.
Okay.
We have a limited time only number.
Okay.
That I can say out loud.
Oh, the phone's ringing.
How does someone already have the number?
Just answer it.
Practice while you can.
Hello?
We're deploying soon.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Oh my
Who's
god.
this?
How did you get this number? How did you get this number?
Did I really get through?
Yeah, you really got through.
No. You got through in between shutting off the old number and shutting in the new number. There was a brief window to break through.
This is a miracle. Who are you? Where are you calling from?
I'm in Japan right now.
Where in Japan are you?
In Tokyo, actually, right now.
What's happening?
It's weird. So basically, there's not a lot of reported cases, but everywhere that I see online says that they're not testing anybody. So we don't really know if there's like a lot of being hidden, or if it's just really we got really
Stand by
lucky.
for deployment to the war zone.
Why aren't they testing people?
And the Olympics. Oh, it's because of the Olympics, I think. The Olympics are this year.
And they don't want to cancel the Olympics, so they're trying.
There's still time out. Isn't that July?
Yeah.
Is there any popular outcry? People being like, you guys need to take care of this because people aren't getting tested and this is killing people in other countries.
Yeah, yesterday, or like the day before yesterday on Twitter, they were trending to get the Prime Minister
Secure
Abe
1 million in cash before the enemy.
resign. So like,
Mark a drop point for your
resign
team.
Abe
You'll
was
lead 'em in.
trending. Yeah.
Has there been a moment? It feels like in different countries there's moments where it starts to get like this thing happens and then like a chunk of people take it seriously, and then another thing happens and like a bigger chunk of
Yeah.
Like, what happened that has made you?
Honestly, just like, okay, so my mom called me yesterday. Well, actually, my mom called me and I missed it, and then my brother called me and then he messaged me. I was like, oh my god, maybe it's actually really bad. Because I was kind of got worried about thinking about her, worrying about me, you know? So I don't know what she's seeing on the news and stuff.
Where's your family?
My mom's in America. I'm American.
How come you're over there?
I came here for school. And actually right now I was just visiting because of my wedding. So I just ended up being here for a couple of months. My flight back is on the 14th of April, so I'm thinking about moving it up.
Take the marked location and secure the area.
Actually, yeah, it's just really strange because I've never ever been homesick before. But I do want to like get back home.
So what is it about this that makes you feel homesick?
Well, okay, it's kind of, I don't want to get like too dark. My dad actually passed away in last April. So it's kind of like, you know, when you start thinking about like, I don't want my mom to be alone. I hope she's okay, kind of thing like that.
Is this your first experience of like having to be kind of
Oh yeah. Like, oh my god, when my dad passed away, like, I became my dad for a while. It was really weird. Like, my mom, she's the kind of person who, like, doesn't really show that she's having a hard time. Like, I never saw her cry once. But, like, I know that she was having a really hard time, so, like, I was the one who was, like, stepping in and doing everything. Like, ordering whatever she needed. Like, she wasn't going to sleep, I, like, forced her to go to bed, basically. And I was cooking every single meal I was cooking, and I just like stepped into that role, and it was like extremely overwhelming. And part of me probably wanted to like get away from it as soon as possible. So
totally.
Now I feel a little guilty about it.
It's hard. It's hard. Like, you need to be there for people, and you also need to take care of yourself so that you can be there for people.
Yeah, that's exactly what she said. Unfortunately, she was like, "Go! I want you to leave. You need to do this on your own. Get out of here." So.
I'm sorry that you're like in a place that's far away from your people right now. Gotcha.
Yeah, but it'll be okay.
Well, thanks for calling us.
Yeah.
Take care. Are you okay?
Request recon flyover!
I'm just thinking about I'm genuinely worried about
UAV entering the AO.
My grandmother, who is 92, was telling me yesterday, my grandmother lives in a retirement home in Novi, Michigan, just outside of Detroit. And she was saying she lives in this retirement community that's really wonderful, and like, I'm so glad that she's there. But the other day she was like, yeah, she's got a new boyfriend. His name's Art. My grandfather died a few years ago. And she's like, the other day we were told to stay in our room, and they shut down the kitchens and they're just bringing us food. But the other day, me and Arthur snuck out anyway. You could die. Don't do that.
What did she say?
Her response basically was just like, 92, like, I should be dead already. Like, I'm gonna just do what I want.
That feels really hard.
It's not. It's particularly selfish for me to want my mother or my grandmother to just like live in isolation for months on end. Because there was actually a really bad flu going around her retirement home this winter. So they got off of quarantine from that flu in like February, and now they're back, and it's more extreme. Yeah. Damiano, what's going on with the calls?
I think I can have one for you. Just one.
Okay.
I'll take the wheel.
Hello?
Hi, who's this?
Hi, Alex and PJ. Jade Louisa.
Hi. How are you doing? How are you dealing with the quarantine?
It's so weird. So London's like a little bit behind you guys in Paris, I think.
What I read was that England until a few days ago was pursuing a totally different strategy from most countries regarding coronavirus, and they switched. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, the idea is that we're going to get herd immunity. So herd immunity is the idea that everybody is going to be out and about together, especially sort of in the city in London, and magically everybody is going to pass it over to each other, and eventually we'll all pass it around so much that it's just going to fade off and everybody will stop getting coronavirus.
It's like here people talking about flattening the curve, and herd immunity is actually raise the curve and then it'll be done faster.
Yeah.
But the reason you won't do that is because there are people who are really at risk, tons of people, and also the hospital capacity isn't very good. So they just figured that out.
It makes no sense whatsoever.
It's also just you're trying to sell people on the concept of herd immunity doesn't really do it.
Right? And
yeah.
My grandmother was in my great-grandmother in London still, and it was like, no! You're going to fall!
Did you try to convince her not to do it?
Yes, but she's very stubborn, so I think that was a losing battle, really.
Oh, that sounds so stressful. I'm sorry.
You sound fairly chipper about the whole situation, though.
Yeah, you seem pretty chill about it, all things considered.
Well, one, I can't anxiety medicine. Some people have coping techniques. I have medication.
What was your argument when you talked to what was your grandmother's argument?
She was saying that it was just a cold and she sort of just had a tickle in her throat.
Oh,
and
she was
really angry
actively
because,
symptomatic.
she had a sore throat. Yeah, kinda. She has one of the symptoms, but I think that's one too many. Please stay in the house, her argument, she was angry because, and I don't know if your government has done this, but there was the idea that over 70s would maybe have to stay in the house for 4 months, self-isolate for up to 4 months. So she read that, and I think in a kind of fit of rage decided that no government was going to tell her what to do, and so she needs to go outside and she needs to go and visit people. It's kind of hard to present any kind of rational with that kind of anger, but...
What are the rules in place? What is the government saying over there?
So I haven't seen today's press briefing, but as of yesterday, there was a ban on mass gatherings, I think above 500, and there was a suggestion that pubs and theatres and everywhere had to close, but it was not officially mandated, so the government didn't order everywhere to close.
And what about you? What's your work situation?
Today was actually my first work from home day.
What do you do?
I work in publishing.
Do you have recommendations for people for stuff creative for second side?
New objective identified.
Yes. I could really recommend the 10,000 Doors of January.
What's that about?
That is sort of a fantasy
Bend to here if you
novel
need
where
equipment.
the basis is this girl, January, is dropped off by her father at some old guy's house, and she finds this door when she's very young. It's kind of like a magical door that leads to another city, and she, as the story goes on, you learn that these doors open up into other worlds, and there's a secret society that's trying to close the doors, etc., etc.
Is it adult? Is it young
Very
adult?
cool. No, it's actually adult fiction.
So it's like adult Narnia, sort of.
Yeah.
Oh,
Heck
dude,
yeah.
I could go for that right now.
Would recommend.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you. Take care of yourself.
Bye-bye.
Hi, you've reached the Reply All Call-In line. We're either on the other line and we've stopped taking calls for the day, but feel free to leave a message or try calling back. Just be aware that if you do leave a voicemail, you might use it in the podcast. All right, thank you.
Happy Boba! Hi, so our quarantine thing we've been doing is we made a fake holiday with the express reason of pissing off our mom, Ellen. And we called it FOPA. It stands for the Festival of Playful Activities, and the way that it works is we basically just wear a hat and say Happy FOPA until Ellen gets really pissed off. So it's actually been working really well. Basically, we can kind of make up any rules, but any rule that Ellen makes up, it doesn't work. Like, that's not allowed. So far, we've had 4 people at a time in on the thing, and we're just trying to perpetuate the whole thing. So we encourage everyone to celebrate FOPA with us. Also, just so you know, the way to spell FOPA is F-O with the umlaut P-A. Happy FOPA! Happy FOPA!
Hi. I don't know. I guess I wanted to tell you about an unforeseen thing that I didn't foresee as a result of this mess. I'm a foster parent, and
Someone take the bloody wheel. I can drive.
I'll get it together. I'm a foster parent, and I'm here in the car with my foster kid, who I've had since he was 2 months old, and he was born with medical complications. We've been in and out of the hospital and through a G-tube with like a hole in his stomach, and we've been getting through the process. And like a month ago, after a very unsympathetic judge was just letting this drag out and out and out, the biological parents weren't doing anything to prove that they could care for this complex kid, and we finally get a date, May 5th, that there's a trial that terminates their rights as parents. And now, I don't there he is. I don't know if that date's still good, and this is just going to drag on, and it just gives the parents the biological parents, because we're his parents. We've had him since he was 2 months old, and now I was confident, like...
I'll drive. Moving out.
And now the date's in, it gives them a chance to, gives them more time to pretend that they're capable, and meanwhile, this boy understands more and more, loves us more and more, and, anyway, it's just, you think a virus is gonna keep people inside, and if you understand that, but then think that it might take your kid away from you and give him to an unsafe household. It's just heartbreaking, and we're fortunate, we're doing okay. I stay at home with him anyway, so it really hasn't changed that much in my life. Just no more doctors aren't absolutely necessary. And my partner is, we're all fine. I made a big baby. That's all I got.
Hey, Reply All. My name is Mark, calling from, well, off the border of Argentina and Uruguay on a expedition ship, kind of waiting for news
Supply box marked.
from
Secure the passage.
the cruise company to figure out where I'm going to disembark and how the hell to get home. We were intended to finish the cruise actually tomorrow, so we had to cut the trip early by a day, but we all kind of mentally prepared to be gone this long, and most of us have flights leaving tomorrow, but we're in this situation where Argentina and Uruguay announce new restrictions every couple of hours, and we are at anchor, maybe 50 miles away. We can see the ports on both sides of the ship, but we're unable to get in. So we've been denied entry to Uruguay and denied entry to Buenos Aires. Nobody on board is sick. We take temperatures of 12 hours just in case we've been effectively quarantined together for 30 days. So we're a group of 68 passengers who have effectively been in quarantine. But I don't know, we might have to stay here and continue the quarantine for a while. I don't know. Just kind of floating.
Locate and secure cache. Be advised, enemy attack block incoming. Take it down and secure the cache.
So that's our show for this week. Before we go, an unusual amount of housekeeping stuff to take care of. So all the calls you heard, we did something unusual when we recorded, which is that we broadcast them. We really enjoyed it. We're going to keep trying to do weird experiments like this, and you can keep updated with all that stuff at replyall.com. Also, we are currently looking for unobtainiums. Those are recordings we've asked for in the past from you of spaces you are in where you feel isolated, either physically or emotionally. I think that describes pretty much the whole world right now. If you want to record one of those for us, just take out your phone, record a voice memo, say where you are, describe what's going on, and then record it in 30 seconds of the place. Email it to us at replyall@gimletmedia.com. In the subject line, say unobtainium and a short description of where you're at. Finally, if you're looking for just like factual information about coronavirus right now, we're going to be talking to experts, asking questions both about the disease and the effects on the economy. If you've got questions you want answered, go to replyall.online. There will be a place where you can ask them. We'll try to get answers for you.
Reply All is hosted by PJ Vogt and me, Alex Goldman. This show is produced by Shruti Pinamaneni, Thea Benin, Damiano Marchetti, Anna Foley, Jessica Young, and me. Our executive producer is Tim Howard. We're mixed by Rick Kwan. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris. Our intern is Lisa Wen. Special thanks this week to Zach Schmidt and to everyone who called in. Our theme song is by the mysterious Breakmaster Cylinder. Additional music this week from Mariana Romano and Luke Williams. Matt Lieber is that day several weeks from now when you can hug your friends again. Thanks for listening. We'll see you very soon.
I'll drive.
In the 80s, people were convinced that kids were being abused by satanic cults, hiding in plain sight. Daycare workers, parents, and neighbors were sent to prison for unspeakable crimes.
They were not only convicted of something that they did not do, but they were convicted for something that did not happen.
From Gimlet, Conviction, American Panic is out now. Follow and listen for free on Spotify.
Love and work are the two pillars of our life.
The job has always been that place where I've been needed and I feel important.
This show is not about the workplace. It is a show about the people who work in that place.
The sort of hilarious irony really is that for two people who run a communications company, we are both drastically terrible at communicating.
How's Work is out now. Listen for free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts.
Check your gear and weapons. Planes are making ready for
And I'm Alex Good.
I'm going to tell you a story that you sort of remember, but maybe don't know the details of. Okay. So last spring, I went to a therapist because I was having a hard time with a bunch of stuff. And I was complaining to this therapist. I was like, yeah, I'm just like so obsessed with this. I can't stop with this. And the therapist said something to me that the therapist I've said before. He was like, have you ever considered whether you have OCD? Yes, I do. And at the time, I was like, I definitely don't. Like, whatever else is going on with me, I definitely don't have OCD. Like, there's no part of my life that's about compulsive neatness or order. Like, I'm a walking thing.
I can attest to the truthfulness of that statement.
But what the guy said, he was like, well, there's a kind of OCD called pure O, where you don't really have noticeable, visible compulsions. Instead, you're just extremely, extremely obsessive.
Okay, that comports with the person.
Yes, so he gave me the test. I was off the charts. And like, it was one of those moments that was really helpful because there were all these parts of my personality that I kind of struggled with. That all of a sudden it's like finding your horoscope, kind of.
Cash before the enemy.
Like, there's so many times in my life where somebody's like, oh, why don't you just stop thinking about it? Why don't you let it go? Why don't you get over it? Why do you not just not look at that? And I've always been like, you're joking. But then there's this other thing that happens where sometimes my brain just locks onto things that don't matter at all. Like, things are just small and stupid. Like, I was talking to somebody the other day about this sci-fi book I read as a kid, and I tried to remember the name, and I couldn't remember the name, and I was like, oh, this is the rest of my day. The rest of my day is trying to remember the name of this book, and my brain will not change the channel until I do.
What was the book?
The Ear, the Eye, and the Arm, thank God. But like, I know everybody experiences that. I experience it, I swear to God, much more deeply.
Okay.
I'm saying this to you because the story that I want to tell you this week, it's about a man who's living in exactly that hell. Like, the hell of having something stuck on the tip of your tongue that just will not go away. I felt like I was uniquely qualified to help him.
Does anyone need this?
The story is Super Tech Support. So this week, our listener with an unusually thorny technical problem is a guy named Tyler Gillette.
So I live in Los Angeles. I am an artist, a film director.
I was very intrigued by your email.
I can't overstate how much this has driven me crazy.
Tell me about the problem.
So the problem began. This was probably, I don't know, this was a couple months ago now. I was leaving a dinner party with my wife. I think it was a holiday party, and I had had a couple of beers, and we're driving back to our place. And as I tend to do, I'm trying to get her attention, make her laugh, and I'm singing this song that's stuck in my head. And she's asking me, like, what is this? What is this weird song you're singing? And so I was like, you don't know this song? It was like a huge thing in the 90s. I can't believe you don't know this song. So I pull my phone out and try to find it so that I can put it on Bluetooth so I can listen to it on the drive home. And I can't find a single lyric to this song. I can't figure out, who made it. Nothing, no information anywhere on Google about this song. And the next 10, 15 minutes of our drive home is quiet because I'm just sort of sitting in the passenger seat, like frantically searching for this song. And I eventually get home. It's like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and she's like, "Well, I'm going to bed." And I was like, "Well, cool. I'm gonna stay up. I gotta figure this thing out." And I'm awake for the next like 3.5 hours on Google. And every time I searched something new and found another dead end, I was getting increasingly frustrated, but also kind of scared. Like it started to dawn on me that there was something really bizarre happening.
It felt almost like he found like a hole in the world, like a glitch. He said it wasn't like this was the best song in the world. Like that wasn't the problem. The way he described it, he said it's a song where it's like the choruses are kind of in the style of U2, but the verses are very bare naked.
I'll drive.
So far, you're selling me like a song that I really want to listen to.
Well, don't worry, you can't. But just the point is not whether or not it's a good song. The point is that because Tyler couldn't find it, he just could not let go of it.
I would wake up in the middle of the night with a new lyric in my head, and I'd go to my computer and write it down, and then go back to bed. Like these lyrics were kind of like filtering into my brain. Because the lyrics of this song are not ambiguous lyrics. Like, there are 1,000,001 things that you should be able to just type into Google and it immediately pull up, the right song. And instead, Google was returning these, like, wildly literal search results. Like, one of the lyrics is better than a sultan for a bride or something like that. And I'm searching this, and it's just pulling up pictures of royalty, like sultans and royalty and their family. And like, this is the weirdest thing that there's absolutely nothing on the internet about this song.
Does he know how he remembered the lyrics so clearly? Was it a song he heard a lot?
Yeah, it's a song that he said like he would have heard a lot in like junior high school era when he was growing up in Arizona. Okay. Which also means that he has remembered the song with what I have to say is a remarkable amount of clarity for over 2 decades.
So the intro, the kind of intro to Measures, it's like this. I think it's played on. I think it's like a flute, and the whole kind of conceit of the song is better than, and then they sort of rattle off a bunch of things like, yeah, you're better than a bib and a mono with a G-string, better than the promise of a good one night fling, better than it's like this sort of.
Oh, that is Bare Naked Ladies-y.
It's very Bare Naked Ladies-y, right? And then the chorus is just like, share your love with me tonight. I want to feel that love, which is like kind of U2. It has this sort of grand like arena sound to it,
Yeah. Well, and it's catchy, even like your rendition of it. Like it's like it has like Nokia ringtone.
Yeah, there's like an earwormy quality to it for sure.
I'm like,
you don't recognize it.
No,
nobody recognizes it. So the next thing Tyler did to solve this, it was such a desperate attempt at a solution. So Tyler's not a musician, but he decided to try to record the song on his own using like Adobe Premiere because he's a filmmaker. So he recorded like a multi-track version of it where he is doing every single instrument himself,
with his mouth?
With his mouth. Do you want to hear what he made?
I absolutely do.
Be advised, UAV is bingo fuel.
This is
RTB for resupply.
Long before I held you in my dreams, you came and captured my imagination. Though some things are never what they seem, I'll never have to worry cause I know you are.
I hate to say it, but one of the reasons this doesn't help much is because he's not necessarily like a natural born singer.
No,
Located a supply box. Secure that position.
Better than the daughter of a sultan for a bride. Better than the cherry on a whipped cream sundae.
Bend here if you need equipment. Get back here. Cash inside.
Me tonight.
Oh, Tyler. It reminds me of a lot of bad 90s songs. It does remind me of Chickadee China, the Chinese Chicken.
Which is actually called Blood Week by Bare Naked Ladies.
Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken. You have a drumstick and your brain stops sticking. Watching X-Files with no lights on. With all our maisons. I hope the smoky man's in this one.
It reminds me of Savage Garden.
I'll drive.
Do you
It
remember
reminds you
that
of Savage Garden? I guess the chorus
band?
is...
Here if you need
You know that
that fucking song?
No.
Bad song.
Yeah, it's like there was a moment in the mid to late 90s where white alt rock bands had to have sort of like the cadence of rapping in their songs, and this like belongs to that moment.
Yeah. Well, Tyler, sorry this is in your head.
An additional thing that just makes this very frustrating and confusing is that Tyler's 100% sure that this song was a pop song. He says as a kid he didn't listen to anything obscure, indie. He says his taste in music was just Disney.
Right.
So whatever this was, it was something like big.
On the radio.
So it shouldn't have disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, there are regional hits.
I had the same theory. You know, maybe this was just big in Arizona. But the one thing he found on the internet was a post on a forum called strattalk.com, which is for Stratocaster fans. So it's a post by a guy who goes by PA Soman.
And this guy on the forum had posted this question that basically was like, this song was in my head, but I can't find it anywhere on Google. And then on this forum post, he lists some of the lyrics, and they're the same. Like, the lyrics are similar enough that they are definitely from the same song that I am remembering. And he even went as far as to play the sort of intro, like the first two measures of the intro on his guitar, and posted it on YouTube.
The thing about this guy is he's posting from Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh, okay, not a regional hit.
Not a regional hit. Like somehow this song was heard by PAs over Trinidad and Tobago. And Tyler was in Flagstaff, Arizona, but then completely wiped from it. Tyler had already tried messaging the man on the forum. No luck. I tried also. No luck either. So Tyler's next step had then been to take the song he made and then tried to plug it into this app called SoundHound. SoundHound is like Shazam, except the idea with SoundHound is supposedly to sing a melody into the app and recognize the song.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so he tried that. It hadn't. So that's when I came up with it. Which was this. I was going to fly to Los Angeles, get Tyler into the studio, and then just make a way higher quality, way more accurate version of the song from it. And then we can take that copy, plug it into SoundHound, and then we'll have it. So that was the plan. After the break, Los Angeles.
I'll drive.
Welcome back to the show. Okay, so a couple weeks ago, my friend Christian Lee Hudson, who's a singer-songwriter in LA, he basically put together a band for me. Just a bunch of great musicians he knows, who he said would be willing to help me with this project. Hey.
I'll drive.
I met them on a Sunday morning in a parking lot of this recording studio called United Recording in Hollywood. The band, I would describe them as cool in an unintimidating way. They were just a gang of really smiley dudes.
DJ Logan.
Is DJ Logan? Should we go in? Sure. Yes. Yeah. Hi. Is this studio thing?
Stevie B.
Hey, how you doing, man? So we walked in the studio, and everybody's like, oh god. This place is just like, this was a studio that Frank Sinatra built in Los Angeles.
Okay.
I started thinking about the band that actually recorded the song. Like, did they get to use a studio this nice to do it? It's a beautiful, like, wood paneled, like, the walls had all the records that were made there. It's like Michael Jackson. They're like, right here.
Think of all the people who are recorded here and now.
No, they felt so bad. We're joking. I was starting to get a little bit queasy at that moment, just because we're in a really nice recording studio. There's 4 musicians. There's an engineer. Just like, what business do I have trying to recreate a song off of somebody's memory? And that is the moment when Tyler shows up, the guy with the song on his head. Hey, Tyler. Nice to meet you in person. How's it going? So we go to the control room. They're like, hey, we've got like a runner if you guys need snacks or anything, which is a guy who works for the studio who goes to get you snacks.
I didn't know that there was such a...
Anyway, Tyler, me, all the musicians, we gather around in a semicircle. I recite the plan.
So I'm a journalist and I make a podcast, and so listeners are like, no, I'm just off that.
Okay.
So this guy wrote it.
So it feels like everyone's sort of enjoying the challenge of this, but nobody really thinks Tyler's going to remember the song well enough to really make something out of it. Like, we are taking a crappy fossilized footprint of a dinosaur and trying to imagine and recreate the dinosaur from that footprint. So I take out my iPhone and I play Tyler's recording and show people what they'll be working with.
What is that song? I am thinking, it is reminding me of one particular song. It's like, no, coming,
Oh,
dude. Oh, that is the... What, is that 1 week? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So at this point, my friend Christian, the guy who got in the band together, this is the moment where he realizes what he's got himself into. He leans over to me and he goes, I'm going to have to sing this? Because Christian is a very talented musician, but it's true, the way he sings his songs
Bobby, help me track you down.
sounds nothing like the dude from Days. Yeah. So anyway, the band leaves the control room, goes in the live room, and they start warming up. The crazy thing, the thing that I didn't expect, was that basically Tyler immediately transformed into like a very confident music producer. Like, he was running around, he was like, okay, guitar's gonna do this.
Instead of a not that run, it's da-da-da.
Primary objective accomplished.
Like, the cymbals, like, need to be a little more shimmery. Like, bass is gonna do this.
Is there a sparser bass line? I know, yeah. It feels busy. Like, there's something that...
He's like, the guitar's supposed to sound a little more like edge guitar, like from U2.
Is there a way to turn down the level of funkiness?
He was so specific in his musical instruction in a way that I would never have been able to be.
Wait, is
It sounds like trying to make a police sketch.
Yes, it's totally like a police sketch, except in this case, the dude who got mugged has perfect recall for people's faces. Like, Tyler started coaching the drummer, he started coaching the bassist, the guitarist who also played flute, and then he jumped in the vocal booth with Christian and was coaching him through vocals.
Though some things are never what they seem, I never have to worry, cause I know you're better than
Tyler was so high off the thrill of seeing the song come back to life. First of all, he made his wife come to the studio to see, because he was like, this is real. You can see the song is real. And then he would
like in the middle of it, he called her.
He called her and she came, she drove over to the studio, and he was clutching his hair in his hands in like pure joy. And then he even actually started remembering parts of the song that he'd forgotten. He was like, oh, there's this guitar solo. Could we do the guitar solo?
Do 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 do. Share your love with me. And it goes back in and it's
Hold drive. Get back to gear. Cash inside.
I'm very happy for Tyler.
I know. It felt great. It felt like we'd actually yanked this thing out of his memory and turned it into an actual roadmap we actually used to find the real song. Do you want to hear it? Okay.
Your buddy is such a trooper for actually saying these things.
He kind of killed it.
Objective updated. Secure that position.
I'll drive.
Primary objective accomplished. Recon intel secured. Enemy attack chopper is in the AO. Bring it down and recover the cash. Proceed to the marked location and secure the area.
I'll drive. Does anyone need this?
Contract complete. Recon intel secured.
I'll drive.
We're holding for deployment. Now's a good time to warm up. Enough practice. Time for the real thing. Plunder. Secure cash by completing contracts, looting, or eliminating targets. Mark a drop point for your team. You'll lead them in.
Need a driver. Affirmative. I'll drive. Does anyone need this?
Proceed to the marked location and secure the area.
Enemies in the area.
Enemy dropping
Need a
into the
driver.
AO.
Moving. Enemies in the
Primary
area.
objective accomplished. Recon intel secured.
Enemies in the area. Enemies in the area. Disregard left. Enemies in the area. Moving.
Extraction is standing by. Mark and LZ for pickup.
I'll drive.
I'll ride with.
Does anyone need this?
You'll be right. I'll fix it.
Supply box marked. Secure the package.
I'll drive.
Objectives updated. Move to the next location. Enemies dropping into the AO.
I'll drive.
Contract updated. New objective identified. Enemy soldier incoming.
I'll drive.
accomplished. All supply boxes found.
I'll drive. I'll drive. I'll drive. Does anyone need this?
Enemy soldier incoming. Enemy UAV overhead. Supply box ready for pickup.
I'll drive.
Enemy UAV overhead.
back online. Need a driver. I'm back online. I'll drive.
Locate and secure cash. Enemy attack chopper is in the AO. Bring it down and recover the cash. Objectives updated. Move to the next location.
I'll drive. Get back, gear. Cash inside.
All supply boxes found. Solid work.
I'll drive. Does anyone need this? Does anyone need this?
Located a supply box. Secure that position.
I'll drive.
objective identified.
I'll drive.
Hold it for deployment. Now's a good time to warm up.
Contact.
Alright, that's enough mucking about. Now we do this for real. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the... Plunder. Secure cash by completing contracts, looting, or eliminating targets.
Does anyone need this?
Objective updated. Secure that position.
Tactical. Over here.
Contract complete. Recon intel secured.
Does anyone need this?
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Next area and secure the perimeter.
Request recon flyover!
UAV entering the AO. Enemy soldier incoming.
We need a driver. I'll drive.
Be advised, UAV enemy RTB for resupply. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
gear. Cash inside.
Grab the contract, it's over.
Need a driver. I'll drive. Get back to gear. Cash inside. Does anyone need this? Get back to gear. Cash inside. Get back to gear. Cash inside.
Secure all cash supply. Enemy attack chopper is in the AO. Bring it down and recover the cash.
Get back to gear. Cash inside. I'll drive. Vendor here if you need equipment. I'll drive.
Get yourself to proper warm-up. We'll be deploying soon. Done warming up. Stand by for deployment to the war zone. Plunder. Job simple. Secure 1 million in cash before the enemy. Mark a drop point for your team. You'll lead them in.
Does anyone need this?
Objective updated. Secure that position. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
We need a driver. Does anyone need this?
Contract complete. Recon intel secured. Extraction is standing by. Mark an LZ for pickup.
Need a driver.
Does anyone need this?
I'll drive.
Does anyone need this? Does anyone need this?
I'll drive. Does anyone need this?
Enemies in the area!
I'll drive. I'll drive.
Supply box located. Move to secure.
I'll drive.
All right, passenger. identified.
I'll drive. All right, passenger. Vendor here if you need equipment. Get back to gear. Cash inside.
Objective located.
SMG here. I'll drive. All right, passenger. Vendor here if you need equipment. Vendor here if you need equipment.
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I'll drive. All right, passenger. Gear. Cash inside.
You're being tracked by an enemy team. Stay sharp. Target identified. Slot the bastard.
I'll drive. I'll drive. I'll drive.
Enemy UAV overhead.
I'll drive.
Enemy lost track of you. You're safe.
I'll drive. Get back here. Cash inside here. I know what you have.
Target is down. Well done. Solid copy. Bird is inbound for cash collection. Bag is set. Bird is ready for deposit.
Taking fire! We need a driver.
Locate and secure cash. Be advised, enemy attack chopper incoming. Take it down and secure the cash.
Disregard last. Disregard last. Moving! Moving!
Oh. Yo, can you guys hear me?
Grab some target practice while you can. We're deploying soon. You're done warming up. Stand by for deployment to the war zone. Job's simple. Secure 1 million in cash before the enemy. Alright, soldier, mark a drop point for your team.
Does anyone need this? I'll drive. Does anyone need this?
Objective updated. Secure that position.
I'll drive. I'll drive. Request recon flyover!
UAV entering the AO.
Contract complete. Recon intel secured.
Does anyone need this? I'll drive.
Extract is standing by.
Be advised, UAV is bingo fuel. RTB for resupply.
I'll drive. I'll drive.
Objectives updated. Move to the next location.
I'll drive.
Updated. New objective identified.
I'll drive.
Primary objective accomplished. All supply boxes found.
Get back, dear. Cash inside. I'll drive. I'll drive.
Care package here. Cash inside.
Request recon flyover.
I will drive.
Care package here. Cash inside. Bender here if you need equipment. Does anyone need this?
Located a supply box. Secure that position.
Enemy disregard last. Disregard last. Care package here. Cash inside. Care package here. Cash inside. Vendor here if you need equipment. Vendor here if you need equipment. We need a driver.
Secure all cash in the area. Be advised, enemy attack chopper incoming. Take it down and secure the cash.
Helicopter here. Need a driver.
Get yourself to proper warm-up. We'll be deploying soon. Warm-up's done. Time to kick this off. Plunder. Job simple. Secure 1 million in cash before the enemy. Alright, soldier, mark a drop point for your team.
Unit driver. I'll drive. Does anyone need this?
to the marked location and secure the area.
I'll drive.
Primary LZs are marked. Extract is standing by.
Does anyone need this? Vendor here if you need equipment.
Contract complete. Recon intel secured.
I'll drive.
Objective updated. Secure that position.
I'll drive. Care package here. Cash inside.
Recon intel secured. Solid work.
I'll drive.
the next area and secure the perimeter.
We need a driver. I'll drive.
Recon intel secured. Solid work.
I'll drive. Men here if you need equipment. I'll drive. Care package here. Cash inside. I'll drive. Does anyone need this?
Located a supply box. Secure that position.
I'll drive.
Contract updated. New objective identified.
I'll drive. Get back to gear. Cash inside. I'll drive.
Updated. New objective identified.
Vendor here if you need equipment. I'll drive. I'll drive.
Contract complete. All supply boxes located.
I'll drive. Get back to gear. Cash inside.
team is hunting you. Stay alert.
I'll drive. Does anyone need this?
Move to the next area and secure the perimeter.
I'll drive. I'll drive.
Locate and secure cash. Hostile attack chopper carrying cash. Shoot it down. You evaded the enemy track. Good work.
Get back to gear. Cash inside.
Recon intel secured. Solid work.
I'll drive. Get back to gear. Cash inside. I'll drive.
my god.
Grab some target practice while you can. We're deploying soon. Warm-up's done. Time to kick this off. Plunder. Job simple. Secure 1 million in cash before the enemy. Set a drop point for your team, soldier.
Does anyone need this?
I'll drive. Get in.
We need a driver. I'll drive. Does anyone need this? Does anyone need this?
Primary LZs are marked. Extract is standing by. dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
We need a driver. I'll drive. Does anyone need this?
Enemy UAV overhead.
Get back to gear. Cash inside. Does anyone need this? I'll drive.
Located a supply box. Secure that position.
I'll drive.
objective identified. Secure all cash in the area. Hostile attack chopper carrying cash. Shoot it down. New objective identified.
I'll drive.
Primary objective accomplished. All supply boxes found.
I'll drive. Get back to gear. Cash inside. Vendor here if you need equipment.
Get yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly.
Target down!
Alright, that's enough fucking about. Now we do this for real. Plunder. Secure cash by completing contracts, looting, or eliminating targets.
Does anyone need this? I'll drive. Does anyone need this?
Move to the next area and secure the perimeter.
I'll drive.
Contract complete. Recon intel secured.
Does anyone need this? I'll drive.
Primary LZs are marked. Extract standing by. Enemy UAV overhead. Move to the next area and secure the perimeter.
I'll drive.
Recon intel secured. Solid work.
I'll drive.
Enemy UAV overhead.
I'll drive.
I'll drive.
Shotgun. Enemy UAV overhead.
Get back, dear. Cash inside.
overhead.
All right, dude.
Does anyone need this?
Recon intel secured. Solid work. Proceed to the marked location and secure the area.
Get back to gear. Cash inside.
I'll ride for cover.
Get back to gear. Cash inside.
Contract complete. Recon intel secured.
Does anyone need this? Get back to gear. Cash inside.
Move to the next area and secure the perimeter.
Vendor here if you need equipment. I'll drive. Vendor here if you need equipment.
Locate and secure cash. Hostile attack chopper carrying cash. Shoot it down.
Vendor here if you need equipment. Care package here. Cash inside. I'll drive. I'll drive.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Care package here. Cash inside.